involved in that, so I appreciate your dedication and your willingness to help the city of Tampa grow. Can we have a roll call, please?
Miranda,
Here.
Maniscalco, Hurtek, Vieira, Carlson, Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. A couple of notes I want us to say. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of passion here today. Just like earlier when we were doing I was talking, there's a lot of conversation. Kind of like a courtroom, we kind of expect it to be quiet because a lot of people are listening to the conversations. Our clerk is here listening to the conversation. The staff is listening, so they need to hear. We need to hear what people are saying so that we can make the best decisions possible. If you wish to speak, if you could go out to the elevator lobby and then you can speak as much as you want, but in the council chambers, please refrain from speaking. Also, our attorney will read some rules here too, but no applause, no clicking, none of that stuff either. We listen and we learn. I want to kind of like preface this with some stuff and maybe go out on a limb a little bit. We've gotten a lot of public comment about the Planning Commission and what's been happening, and it's been well received. We've read all of your emails, and for those who are listening, we've had many, in fact, many members of council have attended the meetings, which is not a requirement, but we've done that because we want to be a part of this process and listen to what the members are saying. I know that the folks that my trusted advisors are not shy. Yes, I'm looking at Stephanie Pointer. They share their information wildly and loudly. So we are all hearing. I know the Planning Commission as well. We're all trying to find the best possible product as we move forward as the city of Tampa. I think that it's probably more likely than not that this will not be the final meeting of this particular plan. I suspect that the will of this council will be to continue this product to a later date. That being said, what I would really appreciate, and I know the Planning Commission, the city of Tampa, and everybody that's sitting up in this dais would appreciate, when you come before us tonight and you speak, listen to what the Planning Commission is presenting. And for changes, if you have passion about particular items, the more specific that you can be, it would be greatly appreciated because generalities are really very tough to deal with. So when you come before council and you're talking, if you're able to say, this is what we like about the plan, this is what we don't like, in a very specific way. And if you don't accomplish that tonight, email it to us, email it to the Planning Commission really bullet points would be great. If you could identify lines.
Yeah, they'll tell you.
Yeah, when I've talked with her, I've already worked through that. So she was telling me, they'll tell him. I said, no, but I've already talked to Melissa and all about this. That's what I was going to do. I didn't hear you. So, again, very specific email. And as we work through this process, we're hoping to produce the best product we can, not just for the people that currently live in the city of Tampa, but for those of our children and the people that will be living here long after we're gone. Well, Charlie and I will be gone. Okay, I'll be gone. Charlie will still be here. He's like a cockroach. He's never going away. That being said, what I'm going to do is have a motion to open the workshop. We're going to combine the workshop and the public hearing for number 2. And so, thank you. I have a motion from Councilman Vieira to open 1 and 2, and we have a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. I think the best way we're going to do this is the Planning Commission is going to do their presentation, and then we will have Q&A from city council members. We'll have an opportunity, because we've opened them up, because generally we don't do the public comment the way, and what I've agreed to with some of the folks, they be able to have speaker waiver forms. The why we opened up this second one. When we have public comment, if you wish to have additional time, they're going to have speaker waiver forms. And again, Marty Shelby's going to cover this in a second. But this is the reason why we're going to do this process. We're opening them both together. And then we'll move on after that to item 3 and 4. So this is 1 and 2 now, and then we'll move on to 3 and 4. Mr. Shelby, would you like to read your rules, please?
Yes, just very briefly. This being an evening meeting, please be reminded that a time limit of 3 minutes applies to all speakers providing public comment because, as the chairman has stated, number 2 is a public hearing combined with the workshop at number 1. When you do come up, if you wish to have additional time, you may do so using a speaker waiver form. Those speaker waiver forms are located outside the chambers. And there's room there for 7 additional names of people in the room. Now, if each of those people put their name on it, and you have a sheet with 7 names on it, your name at the top, when you step forward to the podium, hand me the speaker waiver form, and I will check off the names of those people, and the people who sign or put their names legibly, please, on the sheet. As I check you off, you are waiving your 3 minutes to give the speaker an additional 1 minute. So they have 3 minutes of their own, and if 7 people, or maybe one person, if one person signs, they get 4 minutes. If 7 people sign, they get 10 minutes. And that way, those people who put their name on the sheet may only use one person to waive their time with. You can't put your name on multiple sheets of paper. And I keep those in front of me, and I try to keep track of that. So please do that. And please, members of the public, please be reminded that members of the public are to refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds, such as, let's say, applause. We would ask that you please refrain from that, or making noises that would disrupt the proceeding. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the council from outside the speaker waiver area, where, when they come up, you do not have to be sworn in. This is a legislative matter. It is not quasi-judicial, so you will not have to be sworn, but you will be recognized by the chair. Persons failing to comply with the council rules may be ruled out of order, and at the discretion of the chair may be removed from the chamber for the remainder of this evening's meetings. And finally, city council members should refrain from engaging a speaker dialogue, although if you do have questions, council, under the workshop section, you would be permitted to do that. So if council does have questions, in that you're combining the two items, you will have the opportunity, council, if you do wish to personally ask questions of people to elicit more information that might be of use to you. And I thank you very much. This is your opportunity to express your position to the city council. Thank you.
And so, and if I would ask the council that if you ask someone a question in the workshop format, that we limit the response to 3 minutes so that it doesn't spiral out of control and become a presentation. Okay, that being said, Planning Commission, it is your show. Please silence your cell phones.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Melissa Zornita, Executive Director of the Hillsborough County City County Planning Commission. We do have a brief presentation tonight on the future land use section. We've been working closely in partnership with the City of Tampa Planning Department staff, and so I wanted to give Evan Johnson a few moments to say some opening remarks.
Evan Johnson. Oh.
Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Can our CCTV or CTTV, whatever you guys would call it, check our council screens, please? Okay, very good. And we show the podium, the speaker podium. See, it's a new camera setup. Something's happening.
Mr. Chairman, did you want the overhead? There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. CTTV, are you able to focus on the speaker podium so they show up on the television for folks at home? Evan Ross in high definition with these new high definition cameras.
Oh, I think he just went middle name.
There we go. Perfect. Okay, Tag, you're it.
Evan Johnson, City of Tampa City Planning Department, and I couldn't, while this is the Planning Commission show, I did want to take a moment just to step up and talk a little bit about how much we've collaborated with them throughout the process. We're excited, despite what you might think. I think we're all really excited to be here to hear from you all and from the community about the work that we've done. I've been here for 2 years. This process has been going on for over 3, so this feels like my entire being here at city planning at the city of Tampa. So I'm really excited to see this thing moving forward. We've been collaborating with the Planning Commission throughout. Pretty sure they've set aside office space for us at their place. We've really been, it's been a robust and productive relationship, and I'm actually really excited to work with them as we move forward with implementation in the future. A couple things about the plan, just to kind of take a step back. We're primarily talking about one part of the plan tonight, the future land use element, but ultimately the overall plan, all the different elements, provide the vision and the framework for public and private investments for the next 20 years. And so whether it's private developers, which I know we'll hear a lot about, or public infrastructure, which I also know we'll hear a lot about tonight, this is supposed to provide that framework to help us grow more efficiently and more resilient and in a more affordable way. We've been here a lot to talk about all of those issues in various departments, and this really is that overall arching framework to do so. This process has been informed by not only public engagement, I know Melissa's going to talk a lot about that in her presentation, not too much, but a lot. It's also been informed by a lot of work that the city has done over the last few years. Different planning efforts, including the MOVES Plan, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, the Coastal Area Action Plan, and the Housing Needs Assessment, just to name a few of them. All of those have either been ongoing or helped inform directly the recommendations that we have in the plan, in this element and all the others. So with that, the one other thing I wanted to mention was that I talked about implementation. One of the first and most important implementation steps when we update the plan and adopt it is going to be the update to the Land Development Code. And so that process has started. We've got assessments going on. We've got some initial thoughts from the consultant team. But ultimately, that is the toolkit. That adopted code and that updated ordinance is the toolkit that implements the land use vision in the comprehensive plan. So I think it's really important to keep that in mind because there is a lot of innovative, interesting policy in here that ultimately will have to go through the land development code and development process. And so I think we're setting the stage tonight. Moving forward, we're going to put the right toolkit in place, and I really do believe that we'll get better built outcomes as a result. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Melissa because it is her show.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Evan. It really has been a great collaboration with Evan and the planning department as well as city legal in coming up with this draft. So a couple of things, just stepping back and talking about the approach to the update of the comprehensive plan. This is the first time in many years that we have done a wholesale review and revision of Tampa's comprehensive plan, and inclusive of that, the future land use section. There was a major effort to try to streamline and update, modernize the language that is within the plan, as well as some of the concepts that are within that, building upon what is working within the plan and tweaking those things that are not. As I think you all have heard us talk about at several of the presentations, it is our charge to update the comprehensive plan to accommodate a 20-year projected population. So we looked out to 2045. That calls for another approximately 74,000 more people to be here in the city of Tampa. And I've said at many presentations, the plan that we have today could accommodate that population. The future land use map has on the map enough density to accommodate that. But a lot of the areas are not built out at the density that the plan allows. So yes, the plan could accommodate that population if we redeveloped a lot of the residential 10 and made it 10 units per acre. What we've heard throughout this process has been that people don't necessarily want that. They don't want that type of development within their neighborhoods, internal to their neighborhoods. They want more predictability about where that could go so it's not so hodgepodge throughout the neighborhood. And so what we tried to do in this update was incentivize growth, because we can't take density off of the future land use map, as I'm sure you've heard us say before also. Under state statute, we're not allowed to reduce the development rights. But what we can do, the tool that's in our toolbox, is to incentivize the growth to go places where we want it, and incentivize that where people, development is willing to provide some public benefit. We heard a lot that people did not want us to give density away for free. So we tried to align obtaining a public benefit with those density incentives. Throughout the process, as already mentioned, we worked closely with city staff, but also the residents and other stakeholders. That was a really important process, and I'll cover the outreach a bit more in depth. Because this is a wholesale update of the future land use section, we do have 7 revised goals within the future land use section. And I think what you'll hear tonight is that the concerns are narrow within this. It's not concern about all 7 goals. It's concern largely about a couple of the policies within a couple of goals. There's a lot of things here that I think there's some agreement on, and that there's a lot of positive momentum behind. So just to quickly refresh, Goal 1 focuses on citizen participation in the planning process, because that is the foundation of what our plans should be built on. Goal 2 is, I think, where we'll probably hear a lot of the comments tonight about trying to direct that growth using density incentives and a new density bonus structure. Goal 3 establishes the future land use categories. Goal 4 talks about some of our key assets and recognizing those, preserving those, making sure that nothing detrimental happens to them. And it also includes some new policies on retention of industrial lands. Goal 5 talks about enhancing Tampa's character through urban design, building upon policies that are in the plan today to ensure that there's pedestrian-oriented design along our major corridors. Goal 6 focuses a lot of the policy that is today throughout the plan about historic resources in one goal. And then Goal 7 talks about the coastal high hazard area and the vulnerability of that area and the need to direct growth away from that area. We've done a lot of outreach and had a lot of input throughout the process. Before your meeting in May, we had over 30 meetings. We'd had 5 workshops and presentations with you all. We heard about a lot of those issues that Evan spoke about the need for more housing choices and housing affordability, particularly when we started this process. We were at the height of the housing crunch, and that was a primary issue that folks wanted us to address. We also heard about the need for more transportation choices as well, as we're dealing with continued congestion in the city. And there was a concern about maintaining environmental assets and having more clarity to some of the areas that are in the plan today a bit vague. Then we had our hearing in May with you all, and you asked us to go back out to the public to get some additional input on 2 issues: the location of townhomes in the residential 10 future land use category, and the transit-ready corridors and the extent to which there should be density bonuses along those. So we heard from a lot of folks and got a lot of really great input. We attended 15 meetings, 4 of those being the council-directed district meetings. But with your help and support, we were able to meet individually with a lot of neighborhoods. Really appreciate that a lot of you all were at those meetings, and that really showed the support of council in this process. So thank you for that. We also had an online survey that had 534 unique participants in it. So overall, we got nearly 1,800 comments on these 2 topics, which was great. For a planning project to get that kind of input, it's really kind of remarkable. So we're very thrilled to have that input, and we heard some common threads. We heard that people want to protect their single-family neighborhoods. There were concerns about infrastructure and folks who were impacted by last year's storms, still feeling those impacts and being concerned about how we were going to address the infrastructure and resiliency needs of the city. We heard that people would like to see those attached single-family units closer to the major arterials and transit-ready corridors, and people preferred a more limited application of the density bonuses. So this is just a little timeline of the meetings. We had the 4 district meetings, 1 virtual kickoff, and then we participated in 9 other neighborhood meetings. And again, thank you for your support and help in those. So the first topic that we have some revisions for you tonight on is the issue of townhomes in the residential 10 land use category. We asked for feedback on this, and folks were presented with 4 options. And the top choice was pretty unanimous across both the survey and the in-person attendees at the meetings, that they would like to see that narrowed to within a 1/16 of a mile of the transit-ready corridor boundaries. So staff has updated that policy to state that townhomes should primarily be located within a 1/16 of a mile of an arterial roadway. This reduced the area from applying to 22,400 parcels in the previous draft to now 5,400 parcels. So it was a pretty significant reduction by 76%. We also removed from this proposal idea that had been included about allowing people to round up their density in that area. That was something we heard people were not in favor of, found confusing, so we removed that as well. These updates and the policy language that's proposed, we believe is clear that it does not supersede anything that is already enabled in the Land Development Code. There are some areas in Seminole Heights that have a specialized code that enables attached single-family units in some areas of residential 10. It also does not preclude the Land Development Code from perhaps adding to other areas to be similarly considered, or anyone from asking for a rezoning outside of that 1/16 of a mile. If they feel like they have some unique circumstances, perhaps they're in an area adjacent to some very intense development, they can still come and ask council for that rezoning. Finally, it's important to understand that the relationship to the townhomes and attached single-family units, it does not change the density. This is just talking about the form that the residential 10 density takes. So today people are allowed 10 units per acre on their property. They would still be allowed 10 units per acre on their property. It's just talking about where the city is desiring to see that perhaps take a form where they're attached units. So I've got a couple of examples just because I think it's helpful for me to visualize things on a map and the difference between the policy. So this is, here we're looking at Hillsborough Avenue. This is 275 and 40th Street. The blue is the prior policy being applied on the map, and you can see that there were a number of roadways like 15th Street, I believe this is Hannah and this is Osborne. Those were all collector roadways, and so they were previously included in the criteria. And the new criteria, which is represented here in the pink, because we removed collector roadways, those are taken off of the map. The next example I have is an area that was we heard a lot about at one of the neighborhood meetings in New Suburb Beautiful. We heard a lot about Morrison, and so I focused in on that area here. Again, the blue showing places not only where it was allowed along a collector roadway, but also areas that you could see came into the neighborhood where it was adjacent to higher density land use categories. And that was making for some strange patterns. By removing both of those criteria, you can see how it's been limited in this area. So the next topic that you asked us to look into was the transit-ready corridors and the applicability of how the density bonuses should be handled along those corridors. We provided 3 options to the community, and interestingly, we had a bit of a split in the top choices. In the community meetings, the top choice was 1/8 of a mile of those roadways, but not allowing the bonus in the residential 10 land use category. And online, the top choice was within 1/16 of a mile. So we came up with a bit of a hybrid approach on this. We took a closer study at all of the corridors and identified that all of those corridors today in the comprehensive plan are called transit emphasis corridors. That's an adopted concept that calls for those roadways to have a priority towards having better design and walkability. And we thought that was worth retaining for all of these corridors. Of course, having TRCs and TECs gets pretty confusing, so we updated the name to call them multimodal corridors. Then we looked at the land use context, roadway classification, and the feedback we got from the community, and removed from eligibility some of the corridors from having that density bonus. We removed 15th Street, Henderson Boulevard, Manhattan Avenue, Gandy Boulevard, North Armenia Avenue north of Bush Boulevard, and Howard Avenue south of Swan. We also narrowed the depth of these corridors in the residential 10 land use category. We narrowed it to 1/16 of a mile. The combination of all of those changes resulted in a 33% reduction in the number of parcels included in the bonus areas. So just to be clear, a multimodal corridor is a place that fosters a built environment that supports walking, biking, transit usage. It has enhanced design and a mix of uses that supports that. Roads that only have that classification would not have the density bonus. The areas for the density bonus are a subset of the multimodal corridors. You can see that sort of on this map. It might be hard to see, but the roadways that were removed from having the density bonus, you can see in sort of a light yellow line, and the density bonus areas are now shown in blue. And I've got a couple of zoom-ins that will illustrate this further. So here's an area, the area north, the North Armenia and Bush Boulevard area. So this is Bush Boulevard, this is Armenia. Here we've got 275, and this is Waters. So the blue, again, is what was proposed previously. The red is the new proposal. And you can see where we removed from North Armenia Boulevard the eligibility for a density bonus completely. You also can see along, say, Waters Avenue and Bush, how the narrowing of to 1/16 of a mile in the residential 10 narrows the applicability of those bonuses along those corridors. The next example is in South Tampa, where we have Manhattan, Gandy, and Dale Mabry. And again, the blue is the prior proposal, and the red is the new, and you can see Manhattan and Gandy taken off. The corridor along Dale Mabry has narrowed to 1/16 of a mile where it was residential 10. And I just want to note, because I know there's probably been a lot of feedback about us even retaining any corridors in South Tampa. Dale Mabry is a major roadway connecting a very vital employment center in our city of MacDill Air Force Base. There's transit service along that corridor, and from a planning standpoint, we felt that that was an important reason to retain those opportunities. So just a couple of important notes regarding the bonuses. Again, this approach was to try to focus growth and incentivize it to the places where we want it to go, and to where, and in a way that provides a public benefit. We heard a lot of concern about how people are coming in and asking for plan amendments to increase density, and there's no additional public benefit to that plan amendment. They just get that density. And that through a bonus structure, they would be required to provide some public benefit with that. The bonuses are not automatic. They would still, under the current land development code, they would require a rezoning and a public hearing in front of city council. They also, in all cases, the bonuses that are proposed are not allowed within the coastal high hazard area. We recognize that as our most vulnerable area and a place where we should not be directing additional growth. There are a few areas that are called out from that. Those are the coastal development areas, areas like downtown, West Shore, and the CRAs, where we have visions for additional growth, aligning with the regional activity centers and those CRA plans. Lastly, for those watching at home or who haven't gone to our website, this is our website where there's a lot of information. There's an interactive map where people can zoom in. That's what we use to make those zoom-ins and see how this impacts their property. We also have a place where people can sign up for emails from us. And as we continue through that process, I would encourage those folks who are interested to sign up for our email list so they continue to get updates on the plan. Final reminder, the Planning Commission did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan and supported transmittal to the Department of Commerce. I would be happy to answer any questions and have my fabulous team of staff who've worked so hard on this with me to help me tonight.
Yeah, I'll just start with a comment, is that I've seen it. I know how hard you all are working. I know how much, not just, heart and soul that you all have put in to this project. And I mean, you've been really, for as far as public servants, y'all have been extraordinary. And you know, whether people agree with some of the final products or not, nobody can doubt the amount of effort and what you all have attempted to do with all positive intent. I've never even detected a single anything other than just positive intent. Again, it may not be in line with some other people, you know, maybe some folks sitting up here, sitting behind you, what they think, but not one moment have I ever doubted that anybody that's working on this plan has done so with their complete heart and soul. So thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I was remiss in one thing. Susan Johnson Velez had a couple of comments she wanted to make.
I was just going to ask I was just going to ask, because I know she does.
Yes.
That if she would like to talk about maybe something that's in Tallahassee as well.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. I did want to mention Senate Bill 180. I believe you all are aware of the legislation that went into effect right in the middle of our outreach process in the summer. It went into effect on July 1st, and it precludes the city, like many other municipalities in the state, from proposing or adopting any more restrictive or more burdensome either land development code regulation or comprehensive plan amendment. So we're talking about the comprehensive plan this evening, and so that would be, fall within the purview of Senate Bill 180. So we'll be working closely with the staff to really do a deep dive into this proposed amendment and determine, whether some policies are clearly would run afoul of that, or whether they're just clarifying policies and kind of what bucket they fall into. And so right now all of the local governments, we've had conversations with, Hillsborough County and other municipalities, and we're all struggling with what that term, more restrictive or more burdensome, means. I think everybody is, because there's very little guidance. And so I think in the weeks and months to come, hopefully we will get some more guidance about that, and we'll be better able to make a determination on not just this, but other matters that you all have pending before you. So we are due, I'll just remind council, we're due back, the legal department is back at the end of September with a more robust report on this matter. But I'm happy to answer any questions at this time if you have, or as we work our way through the evening.
Hence why I was so confident that we were going to continue this item. But, Council, does anybody have any questions from planning commission staff or Susan? Who lit
You
up
were first, and then Carlson, and me.
Are we, can I ask clarifying, are we just asking questions, or are we making our kind of opening statements?
Let's just ask questions at this point, because we'll have lots of time to pontificate later. So, of planning commission staff or legal, if you have questions
I
at
have
this point,
I have a question.
go ahead. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, and this, I have a lot that I want to say about this, but, and I echo the thanks to you all for being involved in listening to the public and going to all the meetings. And you didn't just go to your meetings, you went to the neighborhood meetings. But in all the meetings, I went to most of the meetings, as you know, and as did you. And that was great that you as executive director went too. But you presented that we had 2 questions from the May meeting. And I remember that we had more conversations than that, and maybe we passed an official statement of 2 questions. But I just want to make sure the public wanted to have a conversation about a lot of other things. And one of the pieces of feedback we heard was on the questionnaire, that it was too limited. And also by having multiple choices, there were other choices like none of the above that they would like to have, and that they would like to have provided input on other things. And so I think there was, even though you all did a great job of going out, that somehow if we gave you the instructions to only look at 2 things, then it's our fault. But as we go forward, I'm just mentioning this not to place blame, but just to say whatever instructions we get tonight, we need to be really clear about what the consensus is. And I'm certain that it's going to be more than 2 points, and we need to really listen to the broad perspective of the public as we go forward. So I just want to make sure we think of it in that context.
And I believe you just made the planning commission staff very happy, because that is their specific request too, is they would like to have very specific guidance as to what comes out of tonight, not general comments, but very specific guidance, so that they have they can come back with receivables. Okay, very good.
No questions. I was going to save my comments for more.
Same thing? Okay. Well, so then if that is the case, we could, one of 2 things. If there's anything else up from staff?
No.
We could wait for public comment, which I think would be actually advisable before council comments, pontificates. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Hurtak. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you, because I've met, like several other of my colleagues, I went to all of the district ones because I'm citywide, and I went to many neighborhood groups. I think I went to 10 of those meetings, and I heard pretty much the same thing throughout, in some areas and some in not. So one of the things I've been working with the Planning Commission on this as well. It does seem that we will most likely be continuing this to allow for more engagement, or not even more engagement, but just a reconfiguration of the plan to answer a lot of the comments and questions we've heard tonight. So I have an outline for a motion that does that very thing. But what we are looking for, as the chair said, is very specific details on the types of things we would want changed. I have a basic outline of some of the things that I've heard over the comments, but again, really looking for very specific things. And I will read just a couple of things, because I know we have we had a lot of email about one specific area. So.
If it's about very specifics, I think it would be more appropriate to hear public comment before we would log in. To hear, and then we can take their input and then make our assessments based on the facts that we've heard from legal, from planning commission, and the public, and then make our determinations after that.
Okay.
I think would be the cleaner way to do that. Mr. Shelby, do you concur with that assessment?
It's council's pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And the only reason that I say I'd like to get a little more specific is because I don't want folks just coming up here and saying, we don't want it in one place.
Right,
But
I agree with that.
we need to hear
Mr. Chair.
more specific feedback.
Okay.
Can I
Yeah,
just
go
on
ahead.
this?
Councilman Thompson.
I think it's worth us throwing out like a hypothetical or something, just so then the audience can also give us feedback, because once we make our statements later, they can't give us feedback on what we've said either. And so we may say something and they may get up and disagree, and it'll give us a different way of thinking about it. I would recommend that maybe each of us talk for only 2 minutes just to put out some initial thoughts and then hear from the public, and then
Okay.
we can have our final comments. It's up to you, but that's just my
Again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't want to draw any conclusions until we heard from the public. So we can do that if they'd like. Councilman Hartsock, would you like to just kick us off?
Yeah, 2-minute timer is fine. So modifying transit-ready corridor bonuses to remove application of the bonus on all streets south of Kennedy. Focusing the transit-ready corridor density incentives on the rest of Central Tampa, West Shore, and the University Planning Districts. Evaluate the extent to which innovative housing tools like the rounding policy could be brought back with limited application in portions of the Central Tampa, West Shore, and University Planning Districts. Reconsider Table 3 for maximum density and intensity. We heard a lot about that. And reconsider the townhome corridors in a different way, since what we have heard that what we already have, people like, when I spoke with the Planning Commission, we talked a lot about the fact that the color on a map is what folks are gravitating toward, when the language that currently exists and that we aren't taking out is that limited townhomes are allowable throughout, and we can't take that out as SB 180. We're going to leave what we have in, but we're not adding any more in that regard. So those are my initial things that I'd heard that I'd like to focus toward.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I think there was a big shift between the meeting we had before May and the version that happened in May, and it seemed like something major happened in between then. I still haven't figured out what it was, but there was a radical shift in the way things were looked at. By the way, my initial request, and I'm only one of 7, but my initial request and suggestion, because I used to do public engagement for a living, is that we go neighborhood by neighborhood. In the beginning, we ended up going backward in doing that to some extent, and I think now everybody sees the benefit of doing it. It costs more, it takes more time, but this needs to be driven by the neighborhoods and the people that live there and the people that have invested there, not by the consultants and not by staff at the Planning Commission or the city. This needs to be driven around the people of our community and the investors in our community, not by consultants, especially from outside. So if we had gone neighborhood by neighborhood, what I had suggested is that we try to ask neighborhoods, where would you allow a little pocket of density? And we would call that a neighborhood commercial district. And that's a term that 2 planners gave me. And that term a year ago was in the plan, and then suddenly by the May edition it was out. The question is, who did that? Then there was another term called transit-ready development that meant little nodes, transportation people call it nodes of density where you can have transit. Transit-ready development suddenly turned, and that was to replace transit-oriented development, which is a term to sell the sales tax. These ideas were taken out and they were changed radically. The community has told us, in South Tampa in particular, nothing on Dale Mabry. Dale Mabry is an evacuation corridor. Up to Kennedy, we can't have anything. My son goes to school next to McDill. Try to drive next to the center of the heart and mind of what's going on in the Middle East with the United States. Try to drive anywhere south of Gandy any day and you're stuck in traffic all the way up to Kennedy. It's maxed out. We can't have any more. We'll talk more later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Maniscalco?
Thank you very much. What I think I heard at the beginning was more allowable density is not necessary to meet the population growth expectations and from now to 2045. You know, we can do with what we have to meet those expected goals, numbers, population coming in. You know, people want predictability, and I think this is such a big plan. You know, people got scared, and in certain parts of the city, especially with last year's hurricanes, you know, coastal high hazard, you know, areas that are prone to flooding. We've seen the damage that has happened. It was mentioned about 1/16 of a mile. What is 1/16 of a mile? Off of an arterial roadway is 330 feet. An average city block in Manhattan is 264 feet. In Chicago, it's 330 feet. Just to give you scale, what is 330 feet? You know, going into a neighborhood. There's the historic nature of many of our neighborhoods. I was contacted by someone Saturday morning around 7 a.m. concerned about Armenia, Howard, West Tampa, North Hyde Park. I'm born in West Tampa, you know, and if you hear me talk up here, I talk about Tampa's history. People are worried about, and it was brought up in Goal 6. Now, I don't know if I misunderstood it. It said protect the city's historic resources, but not just resources, the historic character of many of our neighborhoods. Regarding the coastal high hazard area, you know, manage the growth. It has often been said, you know, we're full south of Gandy. South Tampa is full. Again, we learned a lot from the hurricanes last year. We see the areas that are most vulnerable and most prone to damage with storms, storm surge, flooding. You know, Tampa's grown significantly. We're at a population close to 400,000 people, but at the same time, we see the traffic, we see the congestion, we see all the growth that's happening. We have to be careful moving forward. I'll reserve my time, obviously, for next comment.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you. And along those lines, when you look at different changes, many years ago, kids would walk to school. Now, everybody rides to school, either in a bus or by the parents' car that they take them. Look at the Academy of Holy Names, what happens there when you're in the morning and when you're discharging in the afternoon. You can't get in and out without 2 traffic lights away. Number one, look at Roosevelt. Look at Wilson. Look at the school on Armenia and Osborne. They take one whole lane on Armenia for blocks. So we have, through the way that we live, a change on how we live. And these things that we created ourselves, all of us. Well, not me, my kids are all grown up, but somebody is doing something that wasn't done before. And the reason is we have much more amenities to do. No wonder every house didn't have 3 and 4 cars when I was growing up. I'll show you a house, any house you want. It's got at least 2 or 3 cars on it. Where I live, there's a guy next to me, he's got 8 cars on it. I don't know who lives there, but there's 8 cars. and it's how it is. But it's something that nature has given us, the right to ride, the right to be free, the right to walk. And I'm not so certain about free anymore, okay? But these are the things that I see. And by the way, complimentary to both the audience that's here today, that were there in all those meetings, and the Planning Commission. There was never any adversity. It was like a lot of give and take, and I really enjoyed just sitting back and watching. And it's something that'll be worked out tonight or tomorrow, but it will come out, I think, to the betterment of all society. But we're working on it, and I'm sure today will come, if not today, another day will come some resolution to make sure that we get what we need and also not harm the neighborhoods.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts. One, I just want to reiterate, when I ran for this office a little over 2 years ago, standing on the stage at the Garden Club, I'm the one that coined the phrase, South Tampa's full. So I started it. Sorry, Planning Commission, that came from me. Yeah, and I stand by that. I know it, I see it. I know the streets are full. I know this, and specifically our schools are full. And we're not, you know, I haven't heard anybody even rumor the fact that they're going to try to build a new school in South Tampa. So, you know, and the roads are full. Try to drive down McDill when Holy Academy gets out, or, you know, try to go down Henderson Boulevard, or even Del Mabry, as Councilman Carlson said. It's just brutal. I will say, though, that I think something that I've detected in a lot of the emails and some of the public comments that I've seen at these hearings is that people are pessimistic about transit. I'm telling you, transit's coming to the city of Tampa. We are right now pursuing building the, I'm gonna hit that. We are working on extending the streetcar. That's happening up through Tampa Heights. So that is happening on Florida and Tampa Street. So there's gonna be 3 times more rail on the streetcar than there is today. There's something that's called the Regional Accelerator Grant Program that started with the first Trump administration, continued through the Biden administration, and it continues through this Trump administration. It's an amazing process of being able to finance larger scale transportation programs. Tampa was accepted into that program recently. So we're not going to have to do incremental trains. So we're going to be able to do BRT, rapid bus transit. We're going to be able to do, as we've been hearing, at the airport to downtown, and possibly, because of this type of financing, we can continue that all the way up to USF. So the transit is coming, But you're not going to have transit if you have single-family houses along that route. You do have to have density to be able to support that transit. But we have the ability, we have the tools. It's coming to the city of Tampa. It'll happen before I die. I'll promise you that. Okay, we're going to continue on. Oh, Louis is back. Would you like? We're just general comments.
Yeah, I mean,
2 minutes.
So, thank you very much. I mean, I obviously read all the emails and so forth. I think the big concern with people is Councilman Clendenin, or Chairman Clendenin was talking about the transit issue, is that here in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County, in our region, and probably throughout all of Florida, or throughout much of Florida, we grow, but we build, and we grow, but then we don't build the requisite infrastructure that we need when it comes to parks, when it comes to public safety, when it comes to fire, when it comes to cops, and when it comes to our roads. I've seen it in slow motion since I've been elected in office in 2018. Everything was lovely, wasn't it? We're gonna get $330 million a year for our roads and for mass transit, for transportation. Florida Supreme Court intervenes. 2022, everything is lovely. We're gonna pass that sales tax. Circuit Court intervenes. And even with that intervention, it only loses in a year when a lot of folks who were against transit investments, who won office, running for things like the county commission, only lost by half a point. But I will say I am personally not optimistic about mass transit in Tampa as it should be. Chairman Clendenin says a lot of things that I agree with. He's a very optimistic person. He has the smile to prove it because he's always smiling. I am not optimistic about mass transit in Tampa as it should be. When we talk about those robust investments that we should be having, we are talking about McNuggets, and we should be talking about a Big Mac, right? So boy, that came fast. Okay, so there you go. That's all. I got a lot of thoughts, but I'll end it with a Big Mac. Thank you.
I'd like to wager on this.
Let's do it.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I think it's time to listen to the public on this. This is what you all came out to do, to share your opinions once again. As you've heard from the Planning Commission, you heard from my fellow members up here on the dais, the most specific that you can get is the better, because this will be what the Planning Commission is going to take back as we work this plan. So the more specific you can be would lead to a better product. I have, let's see, what do we have here? 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 names. If you are on this list, I'm going to call your name. But if you signed a speaker waiver form, if you speak, your name would not be eligible for that speaker waiver form. So if you signed a speaker waiver form, let us know so that we'll either come off of that or you get your 3 minutes. We're going to start in the order that you signed up. I'm going to call you up. Cody Altman is first, followed by Dana Jasper. And again, 3 minutes. And for those of you that, I see a lot of new people here, the yellow light goes off, that means you have 30 seconds left. It's not over.
Okay, so where do I stand?
Right in the middle of the podium. The microphone is like buried in there, you don't really see it.
Right here?
Did they actually give numbers?
Okay.
No, we didn't give numbers.
Start now?
Oh, really? Did you give out numbers?
Yeah, they have numbers.
Oh, I didn't.
Where do you want
Okay.
They just instructed to leave it on the podium. If you have a classroom number, please leave it on the podium whenever you're coming to the podium to speak. Thank you.
So we're redundant. Go ahead. Cody, your time will start now. Thank you.
Okay, so what I do hear, I was speaking with a lot of people before I came
Yes,
to the.
I'm sorry. Everybody that comes to the podium, say your name first. It's a
I'm
rule
sorry.
that we have to have. So your name first and then speak. And can you reset his time, please?
My name is Cody Altman, and I'm speaking mostly in favor of the planning of the map changes. And I'm saying that because while I do see some issue with the fact that, hey, there is not a whole lot of transit options at the moment, so building all the zoning could bring more people and can in fact add to traffic. But like you said, and a lot of other council members said, that if there are more alternatives to driving, because I do drive and use public transit and walks, it's a very rare breed, but I do drive and I hate sitting in traffic. Like, I hate sitting in traffic. And if I have an option, for example, if I want to go to West Chase or go to Tampa Palms without having to drive, I would do it all day long. I love driving, but I also don't love to sit in traffic, and I know a lot of other people don't like to sit in traffic either. And I think that, along with the zoning plan changes, can definitely help a lot. But obviously, like you guys said, a lot of people have to support it, and I know one of other members, they brought up a very good point about being able to walk to school in the past, but now it's no longer the case. I used to walk home from school as well, but I know a lot of people, my peers, and as well as their children, are now being driven around by their parents because it's not safe to walk anymore. There is not enough infrastructure to encourage walkability, and people are going to be rather being driven by other family members or riding the school bus altogether. So I rather have more emphasis on transit readiness and having more transit accessibility, especially more out of the day and more frequently before to some degree. I mean, we should support changes in very limited areas, but also just do it more gradually over time rather than, doing the all in one swoop. But yes, I do support the map because I think it does bring more sustainability to the area and from the surrounding areas, and it prevents further development outside the city, like West Chase, Town Country, even West Chapel. Pasco County used to be really beautiful with the woods and everything, but now it's like all over with a bunch of houses up, and it's now a bunch of traffic. So bringing more people close to the city could hopefully halt some of the development outside the city, among other things. So I do spend a lot of time in Pasco County as well. So I really think that that'll be very helpful, and also be very helpful to those living in the southeastern county, like Brandon, Riverview, and further south, and thus bringing more people to Tampa more affordably and more sustainably without having to drive so far and pay so much in tolls and insurance and gas and everything like that. And it also has an outside effect in gas and crashes everything. So yes, I do. My name is Cody Yeoman, and I do support the map as a concept.
Thank you, Cody. Appreciate that. I'll do that after the next person. Okay, we'll skip. Let's see. So we've got Dana, and then follow that will be Tom Connolly.
Ms. Jasper has one name, Jane Prokowski. Are you here?
Yes.
Where are you? I'm sorry. Thank you. One additional name, please, for a total of 4 minutes. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
And just for the planning commission's sake, I will hold on to these copies and give you all a copy of what I have.
Okay, Ms. Jasper.
There we go.
Okay, Dana Jasper, good evening, council. I have two very specific things that I do want to talk about tonight, and I'll get to those very easily. The first thing I do want to talk about is some contradictory information I've seen in the proposal that has to do with bonus densities in the coastal high hazard area. On the left here, you'll see this policy 2.6.9 directs the density bonuses into the coastal development areas. But later on in the policy, it has 7.1.4, and that's exploring those density bonuses in the coastal high hazard area. I put right behind, underneath that, the evacuation zone map, and I really do believe at this time that we should not be directing bonus density in the CHHA in those coastal high hazard areas. So my request is that this be completely removed from the draft. Now I want to talk about another policy that's in here, and this has to do with LU policy 3.2.1, number 2. This has to do with the locational requirements that are necessary for FLU 20, 35, 50, and 83 to be rezoned to commercial neighborhood or to residential office. In our current comprehensive plan, and I've given you copies of this in your packets, it is very distinct about how there are all these different criteria, that all of these criteria must be met to even have a rezoning considered. This policy that is being proposed, however, in the language, the way they've developed this, because you've got A, B, and C here, they've used this or here, okay? I thought maybe it was a typo, okay? Because I'm thinking, well, or, you only have to satisfy one. I reached out to Planning Commission via email, and I confirmed with them that it does mean you only have to meet one criteria. I did give a copy to you of that email thread in the packet that I gave you as well. So let me give you an example of what this might mean. And I'm going to use that criteria A. That criteria A says the site has frontage on a functionally classified as collector or arterial roadway. So I'm gonna use the example of Bayshore Boulevard because that is an arterial roadway. Given that, any properties that are 20, 35, 50, or 83, anywhere here along Bayshore, would be able to ask for a rezoning to commercial neighborhood or residential office. So what does that mean? What are we gonna get in lieu of residential? It's an encroachment into residential. Do we need another, I don't know, car wash in South Tampa? A weed shop? I'm not sure what we're gonna get. But this is an easy solution. Like I said, I'm gonna come with you with two requests. The first was to get rid of 7.1.4. And this one, all I'm asking for here is that you replace that word or with the word and. This is very easy to do. Okay? Instead of having or here, you just put and. And you put and. And you make sure that all the criteria are met, because this is downgrading what we already currently have in the comprehensive plan. Okay? So that's all I'm asking is that we keep it to the same standard, that we require all those criteria and not just make it an or statement. Because I think it's going to have a lot of unintended consequences to do that. So again, in summary, I told you I'd be asking for two things. I ask that you remove LU policy 7.1.4. Do not direct bonus density into the coastal high hazard area. And to change that word or to and between these A, B, and C criteria. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just remind, the problem is, as much as I love hearing laughter, what happens is, the shape of this room, if you're laughing, we can't hear what they're saying, and sometimes the person who's speaking, they lose track of maybe their time, so it's disrespectful to people that are speaking, because they're trying to communicate their message as uninterrupted as clearly as they can. So thank you so much. Okay, Tom Connolly, followed by Linda Reed. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold that thought for a second, Tom. Can we go to Paula Meckley that's online first? Is she still on there? Okay. Paula, we're going to go to an online speaker for 1 second. Is your camera on? Okay. But we can't hear you. Make sure you're unmuted, Paula. Still can't hear you. Okay, we have plenty of time, Paula. I'm going to skip you, and we're going to come back to you in about 5-10 minutes, see if we can get that fixed, okay? Okay, well, back to Tom. Another false...
I gave a speaker waiver to...
Very good.
And it's 2 additional minutes.
Yes, Mr. Connolly has two names. John Stedman, thank you, and Mike McNabb, thank you, for a total of 5.
Thank you. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. In my opinion, the Planning Commission staff didn't follow the intent of the Tampa City
State your name.
Tom Connolly.
Thank you.
When it directed staff at the 22 May 2025 public hearing to hold community meetings in locations throughout the city and listen to community concerns with specific purpose of determining the need for an extent of the revised language for consideration at this meeting. Instead, the commission focused solely on topics of transit-ready area, the corridor, policy 263, LU2, bonus 2, and criteria for allowances of attached units in the residential 10 land use category, and policy 3.3.6. The Planning Commission staff did not address concerns related to the current Tampa Comprehensive Plan, Imagine 2040, I've got a slide here for you, that states about the characteristics of South Tampa. Predominantly traditional single-family detached neighborhoods, environmental qualities that would be compromised by increased urbanization, limited access to transportation facilities, which are resource inefficient to improve, limited opportunities to create more community facilities, open spaces or services, and an unstable or flood-prone land. The unintended consequences of this version presented is not a lifestyle choice for the residents of South Tampa. It is a public safety and infrastructure issue. South Tampa is a peninsula with only one direction to evacuate. And it is bound by the coastal high hazard area, and it is a majority of evacuation zone A. That's all there. There is no new green space available, and the infrastructure with respect to roads and stormwaters needs serious improvement. South Tampa has grown more than all the other parts of the city combined in the past few years. Allowing an increase in density is not the direction for South Tampa. A new strategy based on infrastructure needs to be addressed. This amendment appears to abandon the objectives and the policies that are in our current Tampa Comprehensive Plan, Imagine 2040. Specifically, LU Policy 9.3.8, and you can see the highlighted portions there. LU Policy Objective 9.4, about accommodating the greatest concentration of housing in desirable pedestrian-oriented urban areas having convenient access to regional transit stations. And then the other highlight, promote high-density residential development in business centers and urban villages. And then if we move on to LU Objective 9.5, concerning single-family areas, you can see that it says to protect low-density single-family areas, maintain the character of the single-family density area, provide different intensities of single-family areas to reflect the differences in the existing and desired character of the single-family area across the city, to maintain the current density and character of existing single-family areas, and protect these areas of lowest intensity of development that are currently in predominantly single-family residential use or that have environmental or infrastructure constraints, which are on the first slide, those 4 bullet points, such as environmentally critical areas. In summation, I'm asking the council to deny the transmittal of 2404, at least until the newly elected representative for District 5 will have a chance to gather inputs from their constituents and the opportunity to request modifications if so warranted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Linda Reed, followed by Debbie Greenberg, and then we'll try Paula again. Good morning. Start with your name.
My name is Linda Reed, and good evening.
Good evening.
I attended the Madison Middle School meeting from the planning department, and there was someone, they wanted us to put our questions on an index card and put the index card in this box. And they had somebody going around the room to be sure to collect those index cards. But when it came to the time for them to address those questions, they only addressed 4 questions out of that box. I hope that that box has found its way to you all so you can see some of the questions that people had. My question was actually one of the ones that was read, and I'd like to just bring it up to you all. Why do we have to use just land, free land? Why can't we just use these empty buildings that we have all over the city? I've driven around West Shore and Davis Island, those areas that were flooded so badly, and there's house after house after house. Can't development be used there? There's already a structure on that land. Do we have to use up more of our land? And the only other thing I'd like to say is I think they could design a video game out of what it's like to go down a South Tampa street between the FedEx trucks, the land maintenance trucks, the visitors trucks. You're doing this all the way through, and you don't know if you're going to make it through the street or not. So I don't think we need more development right now. Use what's empty and develop that. Don't use up more land. And Mr. Miranda, I'd like to say you and I have something in common. We're both Tampa people that have been here forever. And don't let them lose the city of Tampa. We're losing the city of Tampa. We're just becoming another big city with a bunch of buildings. Please save our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Debbie Greenberg. Good evening. Start with your name.
Hi, yes, I'm Debbie Greenberg. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I also attended some of the community meetings, and I'm glad the council, I had attended those as well. And, you know, I think nature has given us unintended studies without even forming them. We had hurricanes, came back to our neighborhood, flooding in non-flood zones, the streets were impassable. It floods even with, you blow on the street, our electric goes out, or the rain comes and it's flooded already. These are just during calm times. When we had the hurricane, it was really tested naturally. You didn't have to design the study, it was done for us. And we didn't succeed in controlling things. And so infrastructure first, and what was concerning to me, we kept saying, all the things that are being built now, this has nothing to do with all the things being built now. We all see all the construction that is taking place right now in Tampa. Those people haven't even moved in yet. So you're talking about density beyond what's already in the works now that can't be touched. And how many times we see rezoning and variance in front of us, every construction, I see it, and the writing is this big. So the community really isn't aware of those variances. Sometimes I go up and I read them. And so to please take consideration into what's already being built now, which we can't touch, but how many more people we're going to bring in. And I too cannot turn left on McDill. I come out of there every day because of the Academy of the Holy Names. That is a calm school day. No, there's nobody stressing maybe because they can't move up in the car line, but it backs all the way up, and this is not evacuation. This is a normal pick up your kid, talking on your phone in your car day. So please be very mindful of I think neighborhood by neighborhood. Tampa, South Tampa is full. You are on the page with us and let people live there and just do a little study of their own, see what it's like to get through our neighborhood on a daily basis when it's just a thunderstorm. But thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Greenberg. Paula Meckley, we're going to try again.
I'm going to try this again. Can you hear me?
Hey, there you are, Paula.
Yay, thank you. Okay, my name is Paula Meckley, and I'm sorry?
You have 3 minutes, and we heard your name. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to start by thanking the Planning Commission staff for listening to the neighborhoods. However, there are still many parts of this new land development section that are either vague, unclear, or should be deleted. Also, there are parts of the 2040 plan that should be put back into this update. So I'm going to start with the things I think need to be tweaked. LU Table 3, future land use. There are 7 categories where we're giving away free by right. We shouldn't be doing this. I am suggesting that we look at the names, currently R83, change it to R75, R50 should be R40, R35 should be R30. This does not take away any by right. Landowners can still ask for bonus. If approved the way it's currently written in the 2045, it will increase density all over the city and increase density in the CNJJ, which is what we're trying to get away from. Land use policy 3.1.17, residential R50, which should be R40. This proposed moves R50 category from medium density to high density. That's a massive increase that's being sneaked into this plan. LU policy 3.1.18, residential R35 should be R30, medium density. Please add the wording back that defines R35. Which is medium density, small lot, single family units, duplex condos, townhomes, up to 8 stories. They removed all that wording. LU policy 3.2.1. This is a killer. Dana just went over this. This, even in the R10 category, they added a B. The B is loosening the rules and adding additional places in R10 where they're going to be allowed to do this. And in number 2, the word and has changed to or, which drastically changes the effect on residential land use categories and has the potential of drastically changing the face of neighborhoods. Put back in the following wording from the 2040 plan, 9.5.1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are all protections for single family neighborhoods. Put back in the wording that protects Bayshore Boulevard as the jewel of Tampa Bay. This distinct roadway deserves protection. Put back in the wording that Tom just talked about. South Tampa, this wording was put in there for a reason. Environmental qualities, lack of open space. It's inefficient to add transportation and improvements. None of that's changed since this wording has been written. There's still lots of areas in South Tampa in the current by right that'll be developed. There's no need to add these incentives. Please consider these changes before transmitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Okay, we're moving on to Michael Shea, followed by Nathan Hagan.
When I call your name, please acknowledge Mr. Lester, Donald Lester. Is Donald Lester, there you are, thank you. Ann Pipkins, thank you. Hank Kramer, thank you, and Frank Greco, thank you. 4 names plus 3, that's 7 minutes total. 7 minutes.
Thank you. Start with your name. You'll have 7 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Michael Shea. My address is 6301 Bayshore Boulevard. I've lived here 83 years. A little bit about my background, because I think it's germane. I was an employee of the Hillsborough County Planning Commission in 1965. And it was a great group of people then, and it still is. They've done a great job working with this. I left them and went to law school at FSU, and when I finished that, I did a postdoctorate in urban planning. I've worked as a consultant for about 68 cities throughout the state of Florida, from Pensacola to Key West. I think it's important that we understand who we represent. We represent communities. I do. I work for St. Michael's Legal Center, which is a pro bono agency that provides free legal services to the poor in 13 counties on the west coast of Florida. I have 7 attorneys that work for me. But one of the things that we do, because we think we should pay back, is we represent not-for-profits. And one of those is the River Bend Civic Association. It's an important neighborhood in this city because, well, the mayor lives there, but that's not the main reason. The main reason is because it's a neighborhood that's different from many of the other neighborhoods. 25 years ago, I was a person that worked on doing a comprehensive plan for a community called Ballast Point. It's held up all those 20-odd years, and it has been very beneficial. We have put into play that neighborhood plan, and I suggest that we do the same thing again. I think that it's great to do a comprehensive plan that covers the city and the county, but we need to get down in the weeds and look at each each neighborhood, because they're all different. What I put out here today is a neighborhood comprehensive plan for River Bend neighborhood for the year 2045. Now, those people have worked with me for the last 2.5 months. We got acquainted because we were fighting a rezoning with the German American Club. We were here 3 or 4 months ago.
Yeah, that's something that we'll deal with.
Yes.
We'll skip that.
And so as a result of that, we started to do a pilot plan, the first one, a neighborhood plan, comprehensive, for the year 2045. We just did this little particular area, and we came up with an economic study, a transportation study, a school study, a parks and recreation study, and then the real kicker, the land use study. And while I agree that the Planning Commission has done a great job, there's a couple of things I'd make a change with. And one of them is these corridors where they give these bonuses. The way it works is they've got bonuses put on, and a developer, I can imagine going down to one of these places they've got on their map on a corridor and being able to pull a permit without the input of the neighborhood. No rezoning, no nothing. And so as a result of that, the neighborhood doesn't get to give an input. What I'm going to recommend is a slight change to what we call a conditional use. just change all these to a conditional use that has to be approved by the planning commission, or in Tampa, the zoning department. And then they have to go before a zoning master, who, if he approves it, is finished. But both parties, the neighborhood and the developer, would have a right to a de novo hearing before the city council. Now, I think those are the minor kind of changes we can recommend that are something that we should consider. But we really need to dig in to the weeds when it comes to doing comprehensive planning. It needs to be neighborhood driven. I can tell you, living in Ballast Point is a considerable different neighborhood than River Bend. River Bend has some really nice houses along the river, but the rest of that community is blue collar. And so when I did this study, I came up with some really interesting things that have to be done that are really different. And that's what this city is composed of. There's a bunch of neighborhoods, not one big comprehensive plan. And so I've written a comprehensive plan. I don't know how to turn this on.
It's on automatically.
Okay. That's the comprehensive plan. It's in rough draft, but we would like to have the clerk receive it. And just in case you were interested, I've also drafted an ordinance to amend your building and zoning code to allow for conditional uses, is what we're recommending. So I would respectfully request that the clerk receive these two documents.
Mr. Shea,
Thank
you
you
can hand
for
that to
your
the city
attention.
council attorney. Thank you, Mr. Shea. Nathan Hagan's next. Been a long time. So after Nathan is going to be Jason Riekman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I'm a volunteer chapter lead with YIMBY Tampa. For 4 years, YIMBY Tampa has worked hard to get a meaningful comprehensive plan update to address our housing shortage. We've asked for reforms that have worked in cities like Minneapolis, Charlotte, and Portland, lifting bans on affordable housing types, focusing on form over density, and expanding by right development. These are best practices in planning, but 18 months ago, we learned none of these bigger reforms would happen in this update. Instead, we have this very watered down plan. We'll be coming back to those other things. The city isn't done evolving, but it's been clear for a long time now this is not going to be the venue for transformative change for housing crisis warrants. We're still here for two reasons. First, the bonus program is an improvement. It creates a path for developers to earn density by providing community benefits like transit-supported or affordable housing at no taxpayer cost. If this plan is enacted, developers will still go through the PD process, will still face public hearings, and may often face higher costs because of the requirements the approval requires. Nothing is being taken away from the neighborhoods or from developers, but this creates a tool that lets developers know what your priorities are before they make a request. Honestly, we think of it more as a communication tool than a policy change. It's not going to drive a different, measurable macro outcome on its own. It's the definition of incrementalism, and it's going to have taken 5 years to get done by the time something passes. Second, I'm alarmed by the calls to carve out South Tampa. My issue isn't with the coastal hazard area, but with the proposals to exclude all of South Tampa up to I-275. The arguments being made for that isn't that we should be adopting a policy of real climate retreat, something I would actually support, but that we should be excluding more people from living in the most exclusive neighborhoods in the city, and that we should be exporting excess demand into other neighborhoods. This shifts demand in East and West Tampa, raising land costs and accelerating gentrification in Black and brown neighborhoods that are already feeling pressure from overflow demand from South Tampa. Excluding high-income, majority-white South Tampa while intentionally concentrating development in low-income communities, when we know this specific recipe is what causes displacement and destruction of existing affordable housing, is morally indefensible. East and West Tampa have their own needs for more housing and can't be a dumping ground for South Tampa. I understand many in South Tampa think they're full. I'm not disputing that there are specific technical challenges with more development in South Tampa, but South Tampa cannot be closed for more density. That's ahistorical and incompatible with building a functional and moral city. That can never happen. Any exclusion beyond the coastal hazard area, not just for this proposal, but for any citywide change, is a betrayal. And doing it without District 5 representation here to speak up for their community would be shameless. If you don't have the votes to transmit tonight, you must delay until District 5 has a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. We have Jason Riekmans, followed by Stephen Michelini. Good evening. Start with your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Jason Riekmans, District 5 here. So I found out about this meeting at the last minute, so I'm here to say that East Tampa needs more density. So I travel to other parts of the city and I see townhome style duplexes, triplexes, quads, multifamily apartment complexes, or even non-conforming lots that I think would be beneficial to the people that live in District 5. But whenever I go to the city center, let's say I find a 6,000 square foot lot, as opposed to allowing me to split the lot and build 2 homes that would be affordable for the people that do live in District 5, I'm told no, and to build a single family home, which would be unaffordable. Like, so for instance, a $500,000 house would cost roughly about, the mortgage would be like $6 grand. The people that live in East Tampa can't afford stuff like that. So really, whenever I go to the city center and inquire about rezoning, it's very difficult. I'm told that I need to go through a PD, a plan development, and I'd have to pay thousands of dollars to get something rezoned to something more affordable, and they can tell me no, and it'll take me 18 months to do stuff like that, and I think it's not fair, it's not just, it's not right. Yeah, I could be told no with no further recourse, and I just wanted that to be taken into consideration with this new plan. That is all.
Thank you very much. Steve Michelini, followed by, I can't read the first name, but it's Schiff. Is it Gordon? Okay.
Gordon Schiff.
Very good.
Steve Michelini. A couple of things. I think, that the revised plan from the Planning Commission addresses a lot of the comments that were held, that came out of the meetings. But it's just too soon for us to try to digest all of that. There's a lot of information in there. And certainly you've received an email from me encouraging you to continue this and not transmit. But defining the transit corridors needs to be better defined. If you're going to use a quarter mile, eighth of a mile, whatever, you have in your code already 300-foot radiuses, 250 feet radiuses. You plug them into the planning, into the property appraiser's webpage, and it comes out. So calculating that and changing it to quarter miles or eighths or sixteenths is more difficult. So that should be a distance as opposed to quarter miles. Townhouses don't belong in the middle of single-family neighborhoods, period. I don't know of any responsible developer that would come in and propose such a thing. The perimeters of these neighborhoods is one thing, but inside of a neighborhood, it should not be allowed. And you need to make sure that the neighborhoods are protected so that that doesn't happen. Even if you have large tracts of land, that's not what it was intended to do. Make sure that when we go into the bonus agreements, that you extend the ability for infrastructure improvements beyond the boundaries of that project, so that it helps to clean up or address issues that are outside of the area of the development itself, and not just limited to the immediate area. Obviously, stormwater and specific infrastructure improvements, we lag behind seriously. And if a project, large or small, if it wants to go beyond the perimeter as a donation toward a contribution toward mitigating its impact, that should be allowed, and it should be clearly defined in the comprehensive plan as well as the update for the codes. The rights of way, and we talked about transportation, the rights of way and the widths are fixed. You're not going to widen any of these streets. Howard Avenue or Swan or whatever, you can't widen them without taking out all these properties. And you also need to look at the fact that we are requiring additional parking. These are urban standards, not, they're suburban standards being applied to urban areas. And those requirements are causing you to go in and demolish adjacent structures, which probably should not be your goal. Anyway, there's just a couple things. They are specific, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Gordon Schiff, followed by Michael Marino.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Chair. Gordon Schiff, 4155 West Cypress Street. I just wanted, after listening to the initial comments from council, I'm actually interested in hearing what you all have to say. I think Council Member Hurtak and Council Member Clendenin, who brought up some interesting ideas that are worthy of exploration. I am also one who believes that transit is coming. I believe it's going to run from downtown to West Shore. I believe West Shore will be a huge location for transit. There are some reserved areas already, and then there will also be some transit going north. And in the middle, you have the heart of the city, and the heart of the city is going to benefit from that. I'm a huge supporter of the streetcar, but I think it's actually going to be something much more modern when we get to the end of it. So I would encourage you to start planning. I think the transit-ready corridors, or whatever you call them, sometimes do scare people. So I think it's important for you to define hubs and locations and the ability to create new hubs, because I think they are coming. People are coming to Florida. We need to accommodate them. With regard to the city of Tampa, obviously there's some pushback from certain areas, and that's appropriate. So you're going to need to plan around that. But the heart of the city and going north and east and west between downtown and West Shore is happening, and I think it's an opportunity, and I hope you don't lose it. Appreciate your time. I'll be looking forward to the rest of your comments. The other members I know didn't get a chance to say much, but I'll look forward to their comments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. Michael Marino, followed by Sandy Sanchez.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Council. My name is Michael Marino, Executive Director, West Shore Alliance. Thank you for having this meeting. Also want to thank the city staff and the planning staff. Evan Johnson and Melissa Ornita have been working with us on this, but also Melissa Dickens and Jennifer Malone. We've been working on this as an organization for 3 years. And so just from the perspective, for the sake of the audience, the West Shore District by which we define it is Himes Avenue to Rocky Point and Hillsborough Avenue to Kennedy. So it's not inclusive of, say, West Shore Marina. It's not inclusive of south of Gandy or even really much of south of Kennedy. It's truly the West Shore Activity Center. And so one of the things that was provided as part of the comp plan update is a concept called a coastal development area. And what we've been trying to do for the last 3 years is to advocate for sustainable coastal growth, because West Shore is literally on the shore. That's what it means, right? So how do we make sure we have some mechanism that allows that growth going forward, while also understanding that we're going to have hurricanes, we're going to have sea level rise, we're going to have some environmental impact. How can we manage for that? And so the coastal development area as proposed does that. And if you look at on the map, it really focuses on where you could develop mixed use. So it excludes really where you could do single family, but the other part of it is that because of the airport's height restrictions, there's already a limit on where you could put housing and the density and heights of housing in West Shore. So the ultimate effect is that West Shore has the same development potential as downtown, as USF, with the exception of height. And obviously that's something that we can't overcome. And what Councilman Hurtak mentioned, where we'll have to see what the language of our motion is, but the concept of West Shore, downtown, Center City up to USF, having a similar land use policies is effective in terms of where we want to guide growth. That obviously creates transit opportunities, but creates mixed use opportunities. If we're going to have growth in the city, we need to start looking at where we could put mixed use, how we can make sure that it benefits overall community, because that creates a sustainable economy, that creates growth going forward, but also inclusive growth because you have multiple uses on the same site. It's less of a drain on infrastructure. So I wanted to mention that because what we've provided over the last 3 years, both in comments to you privately and also to the Planning Commission staff, is that we have this bay here. We have to kind of deal with this waterfront, and where the coastal development area concept comes in, that's where it deals with it. You want to have growth in downtown. You want to have growth in West Shore. You want to have growth in the CRA. So that part of this plan is viable, whether it's in a place like Harbor Island where you could build for it, just like at Rocky Point. The building codes are there. You saw it with Helene, you saw it with Milton. A lot of what was post-Hurricane Andrew survived. So as long as we have encouraged that development, we'll have sustainability, and the coastal development area proposal, as put forward by Planning Commission, is a way to go for that. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Michael. Sandy Sanchez, followed by Michelle Ogilvy. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, we see it.
Not too close, not too far. Okay.
Just right. Just like our porridge.
Oh, I can see it right there. I didn't even know that.
Welcome back, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Adrian Laramie for an additional minute, total of 4.
Okay. Well, I'm here to complain about West Tampa. When I saw...
Oh, start with your name. You've been gone too long.
My name is Sandy Sanchez, and I live in West Tampa. When I saw the latest and the greatest on this, and I saw the West Tampa, could not resist putting in the communities, the neighborhoods that are in that community. Why would you highlight West Tampa heritage communities for destruction? This Planning Commission has encased every community with high-density housing. Do you see it elsewhere other than Ybor City? Why was this heritage community with this historic district and important missing middle housing being targeted? Howard and Armenia as a transit-ready corridor. 2 major arterial roads less than 1/8 of a mile apart. Armory Gardens alone is only 48 square blocks. If you were to surround Armory Gardens with this housing, we would lose 14 blocks. We would be encased in multifamily housing, commercial, which would just add more problems to our neighborhood. Armenia and Howard are major arteries, and when the interstate is backed up, our neighborhoods are used as shortcuts to get out of the traffic. The traffic is here and now, is today. It's not tomorrow. We need mass transit now, and neither the city nor the county has asked for a study to see which would be best possible mass transportation for the situation that is coming. I have to agree with Mr. Vieira. I do not have a positive thought towards our transportation. The bus lines and the trolley will have to go on city roads, and they have the same problems that the people in cars do. You are in trouble when there's a backup. Buses cannot be on time, neither can the trolley when they're stuck in traffic, which makes them not a responsible means of transportation. What money would we use? Transit-ready corridors. The word ready implies that you're ready for something. You have a plan in place. We do not. We have just seen the state defund many projects in Hillsborough County. The federal government's funding with this present administration is non-existent. We have a lot of projects in our present budget that count for federal funds. Just think about it. How can we move forward with this 2045 comprehensive plan when you know the end results will be heavy traffic congestion with no planning solutions? Please send the Planning Commission back to the drawing board and save the great city of Tampa from this irrational insanity. Destroy the safety and quality of life in exchange for automobile exhaust. Please say no. I know the pressure is on to approve, but please send the Planning Commission back to the drawing board. Protect the tax-paying citizens, your constituents, from the chaos from this plan. A year ago, when we were first asked to help with this plan, we asked for a housing study. We were told they were not available. It took me 3 weeks to get the reports from J.C. Hudgens from our permitting. In 2024, there were 2,480 units. We need 1,400 units a year for the 2045 plan, and we need 1,500 a year. And already in 2025, we've already permitted for the 6 months, 1,780 units. This plan
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
is for what?
Thank you.
Please do something about fixing it.
Michelle Ogilvy, followed by Deborah Zimmerman. Good evening. Start with your name, please.
Oh, thank you. Put my glasses on. Michelle Ogilvy. I'm representing the University Square Civic Association, and I'd like to thank Mr. Vieira, Mr. Carlson, Mr. Clinton for coming to us these past years. Thank you so much, Ms. Hertak, for allowing us this opportunity. Mr. Miranda, you're the best, and so is Mr. Maniscalco. Thank you. Okay, so I've done that. We have several requests that we have put to you in writing and copied the Planning Commission. The first one is to remove the designation of Fowler Avenue Activity Center from every residential designation between Nebraska and 30th Street and north of 109th. We know what is coming, and we cannot deal with this until we have a good planning product, a neighborhood planning product that allows us to give the voice of those who are not included in this plan. We have a lot of transit dependent people who live already in the corridors that are being suggested to change, and they have not been heard from. We, as the University Square Civic Association, have advanced our view, and we would like to continue to support the Fowler Avenue redevelopment from the interstate to the interstate on Fowler Avenue. Our first requirement is that it become people-focused and not car-focused. And so we have asked for some changes to the wording in policy, I think it's 2.3.2, that starts off with 45 mile per hour speed. It's already that. We've had 9 people killed, our neighbors, within the time frame of any data associated, because data is never something, it's a very inconvenient truth. So we must have more focus on what it is that we are trying to achieve in this area. We support the redevelopment that has occurred on Fowler Avenue to date with what's called Metro Tampa. New people are there, our students are there, they're crossing the road and using the facilities, and we say yay. Please continue to focus your attention on Fowler Avenue, the street. Children walk 50% or more to Bellwether and Lassie G. Straw schools every day, and we cannot have any more fatalities as we have had over the years. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much. Debbie, followed by Susan Swift.
Can I tell if that is on there correctly?
There's a wheel on the top.
We can see it, but it could be bigger.
There you go.
Oh, okay, all right, it looks like it, okay.
Okay, thank you. Start with your name, please. You have 3
Debbie
minutes.
Zimmerman, and first I'd like to thank the Planning Commission staff and the City of Tampa staff for their assistance and participation with these meetings. I think they were great. I attended several of them as well, and I've heard very good comments tonight, and I think a lot of them should be followed. I think they were great, and particularly Paula Meckley, and I believe Carol Ann Bennett will give some very good comments as well that over the course of these meetings is consistent with what I heard the community asking for. I have outlined my observations and concerns from a global perspective, and the changes identified in the comp plan amendment are just too broad and need more specificity to ensure smart, targeted development in areas where growth is preferred. The 2045 comp plan proposal reflects expected residential and job growth without addressing the fact that much of the growth is contemplated within the current plan. Any amendment to the comp plan without further refining the net change in growth is premature. When referring to the consistency matrix, which is this matrix right here, it's clear that the R10 district is a single-family district. And if you go in and you look at the current definition of townhomes, townhouses, it does say 2 or more single-family dwellings within a structure having common side walls, front and rear yards, and individual entryways. See single-family detached dwelling and single-family attached dwelling. Those are currently allowed in an R10, and I think what you really need to do is focus on the fact that multifamily has been introduced into this townhome concept. It should be totally removed from the R10 concept. There should be no reference to multifamily in the R10. Within R10 districts, alley access should be required for all single-family attached and semi-detached residential units. I think you've seen plenty of information at these meetings where losing all those curb cuts can create significant problems, and we need to protect our neighborhoods against that. Transit-ready corridors should be further refined to better align with regional activity centers, areas of projected growth, and areas with roadway infrastructure that is able to support additional growth. Prior to establishing a transit-ready corridor, the roadway should be analyzed to assure that sufficient infrastructure capacity will exist to support the growth, consistent with some of the council members' comments here. I defer to the experts, but it seems that roadways with poor levels of service, regular flooding, little to no current or proposed transit actually are not transit-ready. Proposed TRCs that are not owned by the city need to be reviewed to ensure that if improvements are necessary, the capital improvement projects would be prioritized by the non-city entity owning the roadway. In addition to the foregoing, there have been and will be changes to other sections of the comp plan which could adversely impact future land use sections. Residents need to have the ability to provide meaningful comments as future versions of the plan are released. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to listen to Susan Swift. Come on up. After Susan speaks, we are going to take a break. It'll be a real 15-minute break, and I'm going to gavel in right at 15, so I'd appreciate everybody back in their seats. So when we come back, so we can start, and because it's still going to be, I don't know, but we still have a lot of speakers in front of us. But yeah, but so just wanted to anticipate, if you are thinking you're going to need a break, I'm going to give you one in just a minute. Susan, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Start with your name, please.
Thank you. My name is Susan Swift, and I'm speaking as a homeowner and a certified urban planner. And I appreciate the changes that have been made so far. I think they're great. I don't think it goes far enough. So my kind of top 4 concerns are there should be no transit-ready corridor or bonuses as they are in effect now, or as they're drafted now. Not in the Res 10, no townhomes at all in the residential 10. I do think there should be added density put on the land use map in appropriate places where we're trying to encourage development, and or where we have real transit, and or where we have meaningful transit that's actually budgeted. And my 4th point, and I'll explain some of them, is I think this is kind of forgotten about the Live Local Act and the benefits and the incentives that provides, and I'll explain more about that later. So in terms of the overall need, I think Ms. Zornita said we want to incentivize growth. I think the theme of this plan should be we want to direct growth. There are places that need incentives, and then there are lots of places that, as you've heard, don't need or want incentives. So I think it's really where can we direct them? So I don't, and a lot of my questions are why. Why do we need, I haven't seen evidence, why do we need 5,400 more townhome lots or townhomes sprinkled, not in any place that would be enough for transit, but sprinkled through our single-family neighborhoods? I haven't seen real evidence as to why we need 24,300 parcels that would allow the bonus for transit-ready corridors. It's what's the real goal, and I feel like there's a little bit of kind of backwardness. So regarding more specifically, I think transit-ready corridor is a euphemism, and the plan kind of has it backwards. Transit is supposed to come before density. It really makes a mockery of concurrency, which I know isn't as strong as it used to be, but our plans really are based on adequate facilities. So I don't think we would add 30,000 more units thinking it's going to get us better schools or better police funding or something like that. Density doesn't bring transit, funding does. And the added density in this land use plan is really not going to be significant enough to bring density all along these corridors. Yes, Dale Mabry is something where there should be transit-ready densities, but in nodes, in intersections, not along every single block.
Thank you, Ms. Swift. Have a wonderful evening. Okay, it is 6:56. We are going to take a 15-minute break. So everybody back in their seats at 7:16, and we will, I was just out 20 minutes. See, I can't even count. 7:10. Thank you to the school teacher. Jamie Jones and Carol Ann Bennett are the next two speakers. seats. We're going to start. I'd like to call the council to order, please. Roll call, please.
Miranda, Maniscalco, Hurtek, Vieira, Carlson, Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. So somebody asked me if I would announce how many speakers. I'm sorry, 15 speakers left on the agenda tonight.
Halfway.
Yeah.
Could I just say one operational thing? I know we have a transcript here, but I'm trying to take notes. When you all mention like LU 3.2.1, blah, 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 if you speak really, really fast, I can't write it down. And so we have transcript and everything, but if you all have printouts of it, if you could give it to us, or just speak a little bit slowly when you're reading through numbers so we can get it right.
We're all taking notes. So.
And actually, I want to say that is why I called a break, because I'm meeting with the Planning Commission staff and talk to them. They are also taking notes. And after we have public comment, and the Planning Commission has a minute to respond, before we make any type of motion, we are going to take a break and let them get their thoughts together so that we can go forward. But they are taking detailed notes as well.
I've watched them diligently scribbling over there. Okay, as promised, we've got Jamie Jones followed by Carol Ann Bennett. Jamie?
All right.
Just leave it right there.
Yep.
Cool.
So start with your name, please.
Jamie Jones. All right, a little bit about me. So I live in West Tampa Heights. I work at Tampa Bay Business Park on MLK. That's about 3/4 of a mile from my house. Between my house and where I work is my daycare for my kid. I do try to live and work and play in a very small area because I'm a planner, right? Like, and it means a lot to me to have a walkable neighborhood where I can do everything right where I am. And I most of the days I don't drive, right? I bike or walk to work, walk my kid to daycare. With that being said, I have, I think, 4 points and then a bunch of random stuff that I'm just going to put on record. All right, the first thing, my main complaint in general about the comprehensive plan process for the city of Tampa is that it's so blanketed. And that echoes a bunch of other people here. I do agree that East and West Tampa are the best places to direct growth and improvements. And that's because of inherent infrastructure costs when we're talking about South and North Tampa, right? We should all recognize that. Next thing, I think the number of TRCs can be narrowed to focus on corridors that could actually have transit based on existing assets today, right? So if we do say airport to Armature Works / Riverwalk, Ybor to downtown to West Shore, and then back to the airport, let's link all that together and just create one nice loop, and it'd be awesome, right? Let's see, and I'm leaving out North Tampa, but of course, they are very dependent for a lot of reasons on transit, so let's keep investing in transit north-south as well, but mostly just from north to central. I love what Bill Carlson said about identifying locations for neighborhood commercial districts. I do really want us to do that. That's really resource intensive, so we have to identify the neighborhoods that can actually do it and have the representation to do it. Otherwise, we have to supplement that. I want a meeting focused specifically on investment funds and creating what needs to be harnessed or needs to be created so that we can harness development. And then all in all, I think the transportation objectives are being met with this comp plan update, and you're setting up a really good LDC debate. But I also kind of feel like Ukraine calling for security guarantees, right? Really excited for that LDC battle that we're about to go through. I have a bunch of other stuff. There's a bunch of great people, great minds here that have said things that I really agree with. So I'm excited to join them.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, everyone.
Carol Ann Bennett has got something to say.
I do. Where's the remote for the, I have a PowerPoint presentation, if they can bring that up. Where do we put
You just leave that on the counter. Leave it on the counter.
There's a PowerPoint presentation, if they'll bring that up.
It's coming up. We suspected.
Oh, it's a full one, too. Ms. Bennett has 7 names. Paula Perry, if you could raise your hand. Hi, thank you. Joseph, FIC, I think that's what I see. That's close enough. Thank you. Laurie McMahon, thank you. Jim McMahon, thank you. Lee Torrey, thank you. Jamie Grawizi, thank you. And Dave Reed. 7 plus 3 equals 10. 10 minutes, please.
And I can't start till they bring my PowerPoint up.
We see it. It just hasn't come up on these
I can't
TV
see
yet.
it.
There we go.
All right, let me just make sure I can, all right, here we go.
Start with your name. You have 10 minutes.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa. We know the current land use map has the capacity for our projected growth. Therefore, the goal is to direct the growth into the right places. So what we need is specific, surgical, strategic, and smart growth. The current proposal does not do that. 24 so-called transit-ready corridors is the opposite of that. It puts growth everywhere. I am a gardener. I know that fertilizer is expensive. If the plants in one corner are growing like gangbusters, I do not put fertilizer there. That would cause excessive growth that would choke out those thriving plants and kill something beautiful. Instead, I look at the areas that are struggling and I put my resources there to encourage growth so that my whole garden is beautiful, not just one corner. The current plan will drown some areas and starve the struggling ones. What we need is something like this. Add to the areas that need it. Add duplexes and townhomes where they are most beneficial. Add designated nodes that use the 4 S's of growth. This is an example of something that is clean and easy to understand. Talk to a Sandy Sanchez and a Carlos Ramirez, or Charlie Adams and a Connie Burton. That's how you figure out what makes sense. Talk to the people who live in Forest Hills, Ybor, University Square, and Drew Park. They are the experts. The current townhouse proposal makes no one happy. It is too restrictive in some places and too permissive in others. Listen to the people who live there and redo it. By 2045, we are projected to have 74,000 more people, which is 32,000 more units. That capacity actually exists now. We don't really need more capacity, we just need to move it around. Yet here is an absolutely massive proposal to give a free density bump to 7 flues, which will create 65,000 more units. And to make it worse, it isn't even targeted. It is spread evenly throughout the city. The idea was to take away the ability to bonus in the CHHA and give this increase in order to balance out that loss. The problem is the math. Only 2,900 units are lost, but 64,000 units are gained. That does not balance the scales. It causes them to topple over and fall to the ground. In 2023, 511,000 people moved out of Florida. The net migration dropped 50%, the first major drop in a decade. The 2024 and 25 net migration may be even lower due to the devastating storm season and record heat. So the population projections could change. Maybe we should slow down. There is also a proposal to massively increase FAR on top of this. This is just one of the flu categories, UMU 60. It goes up to 4.06 FAR. This is what 4.0 FAR looks like. This was built in Channelside in 2024 with a 4.0 FAR. Do you know where all the UMU parcels are located in the city? Here are just the ones at Dale, Mabry, and Gandy. Now the ones on the west are in the CHHA, so they wouldn't be eligible for this, but the others are. You cannot approve something unless you can say you know what the consequences are. The same thing goes for the sizes of our low and mid-rise land use categories with low and medium density. PDs are being abused as a loophole to circumvent the transparent and intentional process. The correct procedure is to ask for a plan amendment for a higher land use, a FLU, if a developer wants to develop a high-rise property on a property that doesn't allow for it. If they buy a low or mid-rise property, they should have to get a plan amendment to build a high-rise. This loophole is forcing neighborhoods to wage stressful and exhausting battles. FLUs that should only have 60-foot buildings are using PDs to get 300-foot buildings. This threatens our safety. The fire department response standards are different for high-rises. At a city council hearing, we were told that the response standard for a single alarm at a high-rise with no smoke or fire, they gave the example of burnt toast, is 43 firefighting personnel. That requires all of the 8 stations you see crossed out in blue. If it increases to a second alarm, it requires 80 personnel, which would require all 14 of the crossed out stations. If any of them are on a call, a station farther away must respond in their place. All those crossed out stations become unavailable for other calls. That could cost someone their life. The response time standard for a single alarm at a high-rise is 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Only the purple areas on this map can meet that requirement. All of the gray areas cannot meet the requirement. For this reason alone, if someone wants to build a high-rise in a mid-rise FLU, they should follow proper procedures and get a plan amendment. This is from the mayor's recent stormwater meetings. They specifically highlighted the South Tampa Peninsula. They came right out and said they cannot prevent flooding in it. This is a public safety and infrastructure issue. This isn't a lifestyle choice. South Tampa is different. Its residents live on a dead end with only one way to evacuate the peninsula. And there is a lack of investment. The parks and roads are falling apart while streets and houses are flooding. The roads and schools are also stretched beyond capacity. South Tampa had the highest or second highest growth rate in the city from 2010 to 2020 at 14%. That has pushed out middle and lower income residents as affordable housing has been demolished to make room for McMansions. If the current comp plan is not changed, got something backwards here, hang on. There we go. If the current comp plan is not changed, if you leave everything the same, South Tampa is projected to have the highest rate of growth in the city through 2050. We are not asking for a decrease in density limits. We are just asking you to leave it the same, which, as you can see, will produce a significant increase in density in South Tampa. The language in the yellow box, which is supposed to protect lives, is proposed to be removed from the comp plan. Please keep this language in the comp plan. The Stormwater Department says all of South Tampa's outfalls are at full capacity. The tremendous reduction of permeable surface due to excessive building in South Tampa has increased stormwater flooding. In addition, as of 2021, Tampa has lost 3,300 acres of tree canopy. I'm sure it is a lot more than that by now. Trees have a major impact on stormwater by capturing and holding water so that it never reaches the ground. And even after the trees are saturated, they mitigate flooding because they slow the water down, giving drainage systems more time to handle the deluge. The flooding that people experienced last year would have been significantly worse without the stormwater mitigation that the trees provided. South Tampa has lost more trees than any other part of the city, largely due to growth. I am asking you to please delete LU Policy 7.1.4, which allows an increase in density limits in the CHHA. The most irresponsible thing you can do is increase density limits in the CHHA. Please approve the staff proposal for LU Policy 7.1.2, saying plan amendments that increase residential densities in the CHHA are prohibited and shall not be accepted. And please, get rid of the Rattlesnake Point exception that is a leftover from 20 years ago. That is just nuts. Here's a map of where not to increase density limits. Every person you add to that circle is another person on the road trying to evacuate. One thing that people who've never been forced to evacuate don't realize is that you can't go to work when you evacuate. So in addition to the expense of evacuation, most people in that circle won't get paid. Should we put more people in the circle? Or instead, should we increase density where people can shelter in place? And I want to remind you, South Tampa is going to grow no matter what. If you leave everything the same, it is going to grow. We need to rethink the South Tampa strategy, and it needs to be based on infrastructure first. I have a list of what needs to be addressed in this update. I hope you will consider it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Tava Bluma is next, followed by Malik Abdullah. Good evening. Start with your name.
Hi, good evening, Tara Bluma. Sorry, I didn't know I was next.
Sorry.
I'm just going to try to be very specific for you. LU policy 2.2.3.
Oh, start with your name.
I said Tara
Okay, good.
Bluma.
Oh, that's what you're telling me.
May I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead. Would you set it off, please?
Good evening. I'm Tara Bluma. LU policy 2.2.3, redevelopment along multimodal corridors shall foster a built environment which encourages various modes of transportation and connections. This is very vague. Where this is most likely going to happen is in established areas with abutting neighborhoods. Can we add any words such as any infill development must keep the character of the surrounding neighborhood in height, scale, and mass? LU Table 3. I think we should eliminate the by right density increases in the 7 flues listed. LU Policy 3.1.17. Absolutely do not change R50 to high-rise, high-density flues. R50 under the 2040 comp plan is currently medium density and mid-rise multifamily dwellings, small lot, single-family units. It should remain that way. LU policy 7.1.4, absolutely not. Transportation-ready corridors. I emailed you all about this. I really feel strongly that you should pick 3 corridors. I even like what the gentleman said a few speakers ago about a few routes that connect our regional activity centers. We all know the constraints on the budget and the limited transportation and transit dollars that you have to work with in the city. Be laser focused in funneling those dollars to the areas where you can make the most impact. If in 5 or 10 years you've found a lot of success with the regional transit corridors, great, you can always add more. But you are not going to be able to claw back density bonuses and by right density once you give it away. It's going to become a property right. R10 designation, I would echo what Paula Meckley said of remove multifamily from that designation. I also encourage you to use this revision process to remove all PD loopholes that developers have been taking advantage of and require people to ask for plan amendments. They've gotten away with way too many outrageous projects recently by utilizing plan developments, and that's really in blatant violation of your intent and your rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Malik Abdullah, followed by, oh gosh, you know, you guys are going to make, Carlos Ramirez, you guys are going to make me start writing better because I have terrible penmanship too. You can, okay, I know you can. That's why I always look at you. Is he not? Malik is not here? Going once?
He's not here.
Going twice, okay. So we've got Carlos and Michelle Toro. I'm never going to master your last name. I know you well, and I don't know your name. Carlos, Senor.
Evening, Council. Carlos Ramirez, North Hyde Park. Just wanted to come today. I was on my way here this morning, or this afternoon. I went to go pick up my son from Wilson, and I stood in traffic for 30 minutes leaving my neighborhood. That's 5 blocks to leave my neighborhood, and it took me 30 minutes to get to Kennedy. North Hyde Park is an older neighborhood, platted in 1895 in West Tampa, part of one of the original neighborhoods in West Tampa. We're also in the CRA, so there is slum and blight, which is why we're in the CRA. We also have the West Tampa overlay. All these things to keep the character, to keep West Tampa, West Tampa. We've been very open in North Hyde Park to development. We have apartments, we have townhomes, we have single-family, semi-detached, and all those different things that everybody wants. But all that is at the expense of losing our single-family homes. So right now, we have a small sliver of single-family homes that we are trying to preserve and save. We're not asking for much. We're just asking that in this context-sensitive neighborhood that we have, and I actually have, I don't know if you can see this. The orange is our border. The yellow is every kind of multi-family, multi-use, residential, and commercial as well. What is not highlighted is what is left of single family. So that's 4 whole blocks that are single family, and then the rest of them are partial. So with this new plan amendment, what we have is transit-rated quarters on Armenia, Howard, Kennedy, Cypress, Rome. This is going to eat up all our neighborhood, and not just ours. We're not the only context-sensitive neighborhood in West Tampa. We also have West Riverfront and Old West Tampa up there, Armory Gardens, Midtown, all these different places. But as you can see, all these transit-rated corridors kind of cross each other and start going into our neighborhood. We agreed that this should be a neighborhood-by-neighborhood action, and I think there's still a lot more conversations to be had with the folks in planning in the city to make sure that we are doing the right approach. As you guys know, this is a one-way escalator. Once we start increasing density, we can't go back. So we need to take a surgical approach to make sure that we're doing the right solutions for.
Guido does a good job of saying her name. Can you say it? Can you say it again?
Come on, Guido. Tutaro.
Okay, say it for me slowly.
Mastro Tutaro. It's pretty easy if you do it in syllables.
Tutaro.
Yeah.
Mastro Tutaro. Taro. Okay, Mastro Tutaro. I'm going to forget next time.
Are you taking minutes over?
I'm not going to take any promises that I'll get it right next time anyway. Say your name, and then you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Mastro Tutaro. I come before you today to ask, please, no more density in South of Gandy. It's becoming terrible. Evacuation, the overbuilding, the historical is getting ruined by overdeveloping. They blocked 3, no, I thought it was 2. They actually blocked 3 chambers in those apartments next door to me. It's not fair, and they obtained it, and guess what they have now? They're X, when they were an AE zone. Make it make sense how they were able to do that and disrupt the historical area that, I mean, the road is historical, it's getting destroyed. The mangroves, 23 acres of mangroves were uprooted. And that's supposed to help the ecosystem and help. That's what absorbs most of the water. And we're just ruining everything there. And I mean, they're building sideways. They're building with no curbs, no curb appeal. You're looking at a wall in front of you. They're just making most apartments as they can without even thinking of the future. And Benish, they specifically said the apartments they advised were a bad idea to do. And they didn't listen to them, and they didn't foresee the future of what would happen in our area. And I just ask if you guys can diligently work together and not be building South of Gandy and know that the future, I don't want to be a Katrina. If you guys watch the documentary, Katrina, Hell Over High Waters, it's an eye-opener of what's going on and may happen to us. And, you know, today's my son's birthday, and I said, I'm going out with a bang for my son. Hopefully he beats cancer, God, you know. But you know what? I came out as an advocate for my area, my neighbors, my family, my home, and I really, truly thank everyone for listening to me and you guys. Thank you.
What's your son's name?
Bryce.
Bryce. Happy birthday, Bryce.
He's 17.
Very good. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Michelle. Tatiana Morales, followed by Mr. Robin Lockett.
Hello, Council. Tatiana Morales. I first wanted to start that I'm a Tampa resident. I've been a Tampa resident for 11 years. I'm one of the people that is a part of the city growing. I moved from a much more expensive city, Miami, here, because at the time there were affordable options for me to be able to come here. And I really want to emphasize that we still have a housing crisis. There are still many neighbors all over the city that are being displaced constantly because of the decisions we make about the land use and what's happening in the future. And I really want to emphasize that the renters, the people that are working class, the people that aren't here, the people that are black and brown, the people that don't have time to come here on a Thursday night, still have a voice and still should be carried in this process. Because while I think the Planning Commission did a really excellent job in trying to do their best in expanding what they've done, did any of these meetings talk to renters specifically? Did any of them try to target low-income neighborhoods? I think more can be done. And so I'm really here to strongly urge you to do two things. Delay the vote until District 5 representative is here. I think it's kind of obvious. I think a lot of you have been to the forums where you hear the concerns from District 5 and their demands. They want to grow. They want different vision for their future. And I think using South Tampa as the guidance of what we cut and ignoring that the rest of the city actually may want to grow and go in a different direction is how we can adjust, is that we should delay and hear out from that representative and that we should adjust our plans adequately. So I really want to emphasize that we shouldn't create an arbitrary line for South Tampa. I want to emphasize that Orlando got their comprehensive plan rejected by the state. And when we create an arbitrary line in Kennedy, like we've made a real line of saying no to the coastal high hazard. That is a real science and data-based approach. Kennedy is a loose target. As someone that lives on Kennedy and lives facing North Hyde Park, this is an arbitrary line we're drawing and a very easy way for it to get rejected. I also want to emphasize that when we say no townhomes, no missing middle except here, but actually not here, but actually not here, and then we try to find it somewhere else, it doesn't end up happening. And when we take away from those options of I don't want townhomes, those are more affordable options for your children, for your children's friends, from the people they're going to fall in love with, the people that are going to need to work. When we talk about the West Shore Alliance, how are people going to work in West Shore? They can't afford to live nearby. What happens with all the single-family homes? And I want to talk about the eliminating the rounding up. We have to do better with the rounding up. If someone has 0.8, they should be able to round up to 1 unit or the next unit. It is how we get those small units on these big lots, or we end up with McMansions that price out those original neighbors and maybe their kids that want to settle there. I also want to emphasize that reducing townhome corridors to more than 1 block sliver isn't planning, it's a ban. And we need to really emphasize that as a renter, when you take away these options like density bonuses, the community wasn't communicated with the fact that when you say we're having less density bonuses, we are having less options for affordable housing. You all know we don't have the money in the city budget and the CRA budget to fund affordable housing. So when we pull the other lever, the market-based lever, where these developers want to do the thing and want to provide affordable housing, and we take it away from half the city, you're telling them that the working class people of that community don't matter. So please listen to the considerations and don't just bow to some rich homeowners.
Thank you, Tatiana. We have Robin Lockett, followed by Pointer. No first name, just Pointer. Share, yeah. Start with your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. Robin Lockett. Tatiana said everything I wanted to say.
Well, you don't have to repeat.
But I want to make a point. So I do agree with holding the vote on the comprehensive plan. It seemed with all the notes that planning department has taken, a lot of stuff has to be relooked at, I'm assuming. Most of all because of District 5. District 5 does not have a voice in this matter right now. When that person, when she is chosen, we want to make sure that she has an opportunity to be able to review the information and make suggestions, recommendations, right? That's very important. And also to the candidates that's running. Pay attention to this comp plan. Whoever wins, you have to come and you have to be ready to make suggestions, make recommendations. Don't get ready when you win. Be ready to win, but you have to be ready. So I just want to say that don't make a decision until that seat is filled, because District 5 does need a voice.
Thank you, Robin. Pointer, followed by Kramer, another only one name person. Did he?
She tapped it and everything.
It has no first name on the sign-in sheet. We'll deal with it when we get there. State your name. Do you have speaker waiver form?
I'm waiting, y'all need your paperwork. Yes, they're all the same. There's 30 pages each. I got them down to a smaller font. That's the entire document we're talking about. Want to make sure everybody had a copy.
Yeah, if there's an extra copy, you can give to the planning commission.
There's 10 copies total, so.
This better be good. You're making us wait.
Oh, I forgot when.
It's like anticipation.
Okay.
And I do
Heinz.
have 7 names. I'll do
Heinz
it very
ketchup.
quickly. Donna Glazer, am I saying the first name correctly? Can you raise your hand or say hello? There you are, hi. Pam Canella. O'Brien is the last name?
Bobby.
Bobby, okay, that's what that says. Virginia Smith, thank you. Weatherly Bentley. Are you Weatherly Bentley? Ah, over there, okay. Lindy Ellett. Is there a Lindy, E-L-L-E-T-T? No? Okay, and Joanne McNabb. And Ms. McNabb, you didn't give your name previously, did you? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, that is a total of 6 names for 9 minutes.
Start with your name. You have 9 minutes.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I'd like to point out that on the very first paragraph of this plan, it says urban design versus Tampa's unique character. And I'm going to show you some issues with that not going together very well at this point. Land use 1.1 is all about the neighborhoods and how the neighborhoods are supposed to be engulfed in this process. And I think we've seen tonight that there are some neighborhoods who've been left out of the process, and we're getting better. We're getting there. Land use 2.1, the bonus agreements should be approved by council. It needs to say in there, by council. Don't give away your power. There's a reason why you have it. Don't give away your power. You guys make every decision in front of at least 2 attorneys. I want to keep it that way. When it goes back behind closed doors, we don't get anything done, or it gets done wrong. The TRC, let's talk about being conservative. And I put this up here just to remind everybody. This TRC map, we need to take Dale Mabry, everything off south of Kennedy. And when somebody says south of Kennedy is an arbitrary line, no sirs, no ma'ams, it's not. That's a line that's also addressed by the water department, because that's where our land levels start going down, and they keep going down. Carol Ann showed you a beautiful map of how South Tampa is much lower than the rest of the city. We have 3 districts for the water department, north of 275, and then Kennedy to Sauk, and then south. Because our water pressure would be through the roof if we had the same water pressure that they have in New Tampa or North Tampa or Seminole Heights. So keep that in mind. These regional activity centers do not belong in our community. And we're okay with leaving everything just like it is. I would assume we get rid of this coastal high hazard increases, of course. Delete table number 3 out of your packet, please. And that's funny because in the original, this is the February 2025 draft that we received. And I went back and I kind of pulled some of these things out because I noticed that I had written notes on them. But it didn't say, there was no arbitrary date as the last coastal high hazard. It wasn't there in February. It wasn't there until it went before the Planning Commission. I'd also like to, we've had a lot of discussion about missing middle tonight. Well, I'd like to point out to you that missing middle in February was in this plan. Do a keyword search. There is no mention of missing middle in the plan any longer. Why? I don't know. But I noticed that it's gone. Now, I want to point out to you something that's very, very interesting. And this is why townhouses scare the hell out of our community. Because here's your missing middle. This little house right here, that's missing middle. It's not a $500,000 place. It's not a $750,000 place. That is your missing middle right there. And the house that's 2 doors over is also your missing middle. This is not missing middle. This is something that nobody can afford. And this is on a transportation corridor right now. This is, well, North B and Armenia.
It's a duplex.
Again, yes, this is a duplex. Look at this monstrosity. Next to this single family home that's a bungalow. Okay, this is missing middle, this is not. Now, we heard from the Planning Commission that they wanted Dale Mabry to be a transit-ready corridor so that people could travel to McDill. I want to show you these red areas are where the people at McDill live. The red areas are where they live. They live in South Tampa and they live in the South County. They live in South Tampa and the South County. Do they drive down Dale Mabry? Not really. People do not want to live, they just don't. They just don't live in those areas as a rule. So when they say, oh, we need Dale Mabry to be open to put more transit, that's not where they're going. They're not going there for McDill. Let's see. Tried to go through this in order. Oh, look at 4.2.9 on your sheet. It says that Dale Mabry, this is the main competent substantial evidence, in my opinion, as to why Dale Mabry should not be a transit corridor. 4.2.9. It's tabbed at the bottom, towards the bottom of the sheet. And it says that all those routes, Bayshore, McDill, Dale Mabry, Manhattan, and West Shore should be kept clear for evacuation of McDill Air Force Base. All the other ones are in the coastal high hazard, so they're automatically eliminated. But yet, here we are with Dale Mabry on there, and then the Planning Commission was all upset when I blew a gasket about it when they still came back with Dale Mabry on there. Why don't we want it? Because your comprehensive plan, that transit-ready corridor violates the comp plan. It violates the current comp plan, and it will violate the new one because that clause is still in the comprehensive plan. So how can you do that when you say, how can you make a map that goes against something that's in the comp plan? Whatever we do in this comprehensive plan has to be consistent with the comp plan. You can't just randomly make up maps that aren't consistent with the comp plan. So, let's see. Massing, this is a real big deal. Rattlesnake Point being exempt from 7.1.2, they just put that in there. So remove 3.6.2. I've tried to put little flags on each one. So Dale Mabry is part of the evacuation route from McDill, okay? You can't get on the Selman to leave because everybody from Pinellas County is on the Selman. So you have to go up Dale Mabry to 275. You can't go the other way. Let's see. 7.1.4, otherwise known at my house as the saving clause. 7.1.4 is poop. It's like a turd in a punch bowl. Read the rest of the page. What doesn't look like the others? One looks odd. It's that same memo that the Planning Commission board sent to you last fall and said, oh, let's do this, because they thought it was a great idea. Well, you guys didn't do anything with it. And yet, they told the Planning Commission, I guarantee you, to put it back in there, because it wasn't in there until their May meeting. Those people are making decisions based on their wants, needs, and desires and how they can profit from it, not what the people who live there need. Let's see. District 5. I want to talk about District 5 for a second because I think these folks are right. I do have faith in everybody who's sitting on that council right now that you will make a good decision about everything and you will take into account District 5. I don't believe for a second that any of you would ignore District 5 in any decisions that you ever make. But I'm going to tell you this, I've been to 3 or 4 District 5 discussions, and in each and every one of those, people are asking about housing. They want housing. They need housing. But yet we've had some people get up here tonight and talk about all the housing needs to be in South Tampa. Duh, let's put it where they want it. Tampa Heights will tell you, we want more housing. We want missing middle. We want to do these things. But yet we have no mention of missing middle in here. And and somebody wants to sell us that this is missing middle. And we all know it's not. This is unaffordable housing. This isn't even close. Nobody who's sitting up there relying on their salaries, even with a spouse, for city council could afford this. You might get this one. Right. But the whole point, my point is, there's no missing middle in this. Where's it at? So, and we only have one district candidate for District 5 here this evening. I'd just like to point that out. So ask your people why they're not here, because this is one of the most important decisions you're going to make. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, Kramer. Is there a Kramer?
I had yielded my minutes previously.
You did. Okay, is there another Kramer that did not,
I don't think so. I think that's me.
Okay, that's you. Okay, very good.
Jake didn't want to speak?
I just came in. I'll come speak now. Oh, there is another Kramer.
That's not the way it works, but good try. You know what? They spell their name differently. Okay, Ankudowicz. I know I butchered that. Okay. And then the next one's going to be Eric Gardino.
Okay. Am I speaking into the mic here?
Yeah, it's buried in there. So you start with your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ali Ankudowicz. I was raised in South Tampa and I live there currently. Went to Gorey, went to Wilson, went to Plant, substitute taught at Plant, been to the schools, seen them, drove to the schools, took the bus to the schools, walked to the schools sometimes. I've evacuated for every hurricane when the evacuation zone A has been called with a mandatory evacuation. My mom's house, 1979 house that she lives in, I also live in it, flooded with Helene, so we've experienced that. And because of that, I am also thinking about becoming a first-time home buyer, and that is as a moderate income homeowner, a moderate income person. And my mom as well, who invested 20 years at Plant High School as a teacher and is in retirement now, may also be interested in downsizing and aging in place in the South Tampa community. And it's for that tonight I want to advocate for a variety of resilient local home options at a range of price points, and that solution would help local South Tampa residents like our family and other families that I grew up with right now or in the very near future. And I want to make that point because we haven't heard a lot of that perspective from the South Tampa community tonight. Townhomes would be very helpful to create variety, to create some additional home ownership options. We're not talking about affordable housing, but we're talking about a range of price points. There are still condos and townhomes that you can find for under $500,000, but that's because they were allowed previously and they were built previously. And that's kind of what we would be continuing by having more robust, the most robust townhome allowances in the proposals that we've seen during this update. I'm also in favor of the most robust transit-ready corridor proposal with density bonuses, including consideration south of Kennedy and including the density roundup for the same reasons, to create a range of options, to create variety, to create choice, and that would include hopefully affordability, since that's one of the qualifiers for a density bonus. I have gone to the meetings where I've heard concerns about stormwater, parking, building compatibility, resilient design to withstand hurricanes. That is why we have land development regulations. That is why we have stormwater capital improvements. We have multimodal improvements. We have transit improvements to make. We have parking management strategies. Let's use all of those things. We talk about destruction of neighborhoods. I've seen people like myself who cannot stay in the South Tampa community that they grew up in. That is the destruction of neighborhood. That is just as much of a destruction of the community and the neighborhood as zoning changes that we've proposed tonight. So consider that when we think about neighborhood change and destruction of neighborhoods. I am also in favor of delaying this vote until we can get full representation with District 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric Garduna, and I believe it's Frank. I just have no idea. Is it Green or Crew or?
One name, Claudia Aralos. Oh, thank you. Okay, 4 minutes, please.
Okay, Frank, you start with your name, and then you have. I'm sorry, Eric. Eric, I know Eric. Eric, start with your name, and then you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Eric Ardino with the Bay Area Apartment Association. Our association represents apartment owners and managers throughout the Tampa Bay region, including here in the city of Tampa. Our members are the ones providing housing to people from high income to the lowest income. Our members do both market rate and affordable, and they have a very strong interest in making sure there's enough housing. And that's what our conversation here today is all about, making sure there's enough housing for the people who need it, not just today, but tomorrow as well. We do, have a position, we're generally supportive of the comp plan or the future land use provisions or future land use section of the comp plan. There's some really great pieces to it. There's discussions around and elements that deal with FAR, that deal with activity centers, deal with adaptive reuse and bonuses. And all of those are things that we strongly support. There are a couple of things that we would like to see, maybe additional considerations around dealing with both the tying between the transit and the affordable housing, as well as the maybe making more of a concerted effort to incentivize infill development. That said, I have a chart here with some data that I'd like to share with everybody. Because, it goes back again to the whole point around why we're doing this. And we're doing this for more housing. What does more housing do? Well, let's talk about some of these numbers here, right? So the chart here, a lot of the data is from CoStar. You can use the data different ways. This is for units, parcels that have 25 units or more. So multifamily, medium to very large density. It also incorporates most of the housing that would be in the city limits. Now, CoStar has like a, by zip code as opposed to actual limits. So there's some places we're missing a few, and some places we're probably adding a few. But generally, this is the general direction, and feel fairly confident that this gives you a good picture of what's happening in the city of Tampa. So columns 1 and 2 deal with inflation and rents. For the last 3 years, asking rents have been flat, with average asking rent going up $61. Now, to be clear, $61, not each year, but $61 over the last 3 years. At the same time, inflation for our region has outpaced rent increases. And on top of that, a report by TREP recently came out and indicated that for the last several years, the average increase for operating costs for multifamily in our region is over 6%, third highest in the country. All this is to say that, what we saw during the pandemic is far behind us, and we're in a totally different reality now. Another thing that we have in here is data on what's keeping rents in check. I think a key factor is the supply-demand balance. We have in columns 3 and 4, new supply has stayed ahead of demand, even though demand is still strong. What's worrying is when you look at column 5.
Pause for 1 second.
Yes.
CTTV, we lost the presentation for the broadcast. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
What's worrying is column 5. You see here that actually the starts for new multifamily is below the demand for new multifamily in the last quarter. This is something that we should be worried about, and we should encourage as much housing, because if that's the trend, we're in trouble. And then lastly, there's some data here that indicates, what's the whole benefit of having additional housing? The short answer is that it's making things more affordable. Now, absolutely, we still support and need more affordable housing, but the market rate housing that has come into the market has pushed down and kept rents in check so that wages are catching up, and that the difference between affordable housing and market rate, at least on the 80% level here, has actually shrunk.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
You sure, go ahead. Hold on,
Can
Eric.
I,
Hold on
Eric,
one
can I
second.
ask you one question real fast?
Yes, sir.
I want to get in a discussion with with my colleagues later.
The chart, or-
just about bonus density.
Yes.
If people believe that supply and demand, if there's more supply, then the prices will come down. If you by right allowed, if by right people could build 8 stories, but with bonus density they could build 10, wouldn't, do you all believe that if you by right allowed everybody to build 10, that you would have more supply and then the prices would come down, or would you rather have bonus density?
I think, generally speaking, we'd prefer by right, to be honest, because it makes it easier to build, quicker to build. One of the main factors that I think impedes the speediness of actually building new housing is the process, right? The process can take a long time, and it's uncertain. If you have more certainty as what the outcomes will be of the process, then you've got a better opportunity to get the investments in place, move them quicker, and get the housing online quicker.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. We have Frank, is it Crea, something? Frank something? Starts with a C? No, I think it's Frank. No? Going once? Yeah, it's not, well, maybe that might be Greco. Possibly, yeah, I saw him leave. Okay, that page is done. Dana Lazarus. Followed by Andy Scaglione. Hi, Dana. Start with your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Dana Lazarus. I have a master's in urban planning. I'm AICP certified. I'm 5th generation of Tampa, and I own a home in historic North Ybor. First, we all know that our city is comically biased towards single-family homes. Honestly, overly zoned single-family. These zones were established in a distant past when things were different. We had a smaller population, less road congestion, and when single-family neighborhoods were created explicitly as a racist workaround to keep poor Italian, Jewish, Hispanic, and Black folks out of certain neighborhoods they couldn't afford. I personally want townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, multifamily, mixed income, and fully affordable housing in my neighborhood of North Ybor, and I want it citywide. I want mixed-use, walkable neighborhoods, villages everywhere. Everybody loves visiting Ybor. What if we had little Ybors all over the city? We have to have vision. That's the purpose of the future land use element. Tampa currently only has maybe 6 small, truly walkable mixed-use neighborhoods, and because there are so few, they're the most expensive parts of our city because people want to live there. The rounding up policy must be put back in. When an FAR calculation is done, you often get 0.9 or 0.8 of a unit. It is perfectly reasonable to round that unit up to allow extra smaller units so that a developer can make a deal work. What tends to happen instead is they have to acquire the lot next door and build bigger, and we end up with those monstrosities Stephanie mentioned. The rounding up policy helps to fix that. I also want us to unlock transit-oriented mixed-use development. These transit-ready multimodal corridors will set us up for growth value capture that could fund public transit in the future. 1/16 is not a best practice. 1/4 and even a half mile are widely considered a walk shed. What is 1/16 of a mile? What is that? To Bill's issue with the TRCs, we shouldn't have gaps where one neighborhood gets a density bonus and the other neighbor doesn't just because they live on the other side of an intersection. A corridor is a uniform stretch of space. The idea behind the upzoning along these corridors is because this is where we keep getting sloppy spot amendments where we're giving density away. My shirt says legalize housing. It is a fact, and I can provide that data that increasing supply makes housing costs go down citywide. I've worn this shirt for years. I've been hearing the desire for increased density from so many people for years. Our younger generation doesn't want things to, quote, stay the same. We want to bring Tampa out of the 1980s, which is also why I'm a fierce advocate for public transit, and I really hope everyone who was moved enough to be against the transit-ready corridors, because we don't have transit yet, puts that same energy into the public transit proposals coming up. My final ask is to put off voting on this until we put things back in, hear from more renters, youth, and people of low income, strengthen our resolve and our vision, and elect a District 5 representative. Thank you.
Thank you as always, Daniel. Andy Scaglione, followed by our last speaker, the other Kramer.
Good evening. Thank you for being public service, being here.
Start with your name and you have 3
Andy
minutes.
Joe Scaglione. This is a real simple one, actually. This is regarding 1402 East 2nd Avenue, it's right in the middle of Gas Works. Planning Commission made an honest mistake, not including this property. It's about almost a block of property in Gas Works, not putting it in the coastal development area. What had happened is they had followed the CRA line, and it's right outside, it actually touches right outside the CRA line. But as they've said, it doesn't really, this doesn't apply because there's $40 million of infrastructure currently being spent in the Gas Works. So I have had Executive Director, Ms. Melissa, has said that, you know, that she supports what I'm asking for, that this is being, that this property is it becomes part of the coastal development area designation because it is part of Gas Works and there's $40 million worth of infrastructure being done. I mean, you can't even get to my property. The roads are all closed down there. So I guess she could make the change without y'all's direction, giving her the direction to include it. So that's why I'm here tonight. And I'd appreciate it if that direction would be made. Thank you very much.
Did you drive from Orlando?
I did.
Wow.
But this is very important.
May the force be with you.
I got to go back after. So thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kramer, spelled with an E. Say your name, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. Jake Kramer, good to be here. Council, I've listened to the meeting tonight, and here's the good news. I think the really good news is that most of the comments we've heard tonight can probably go into 5 or 6 relatively discrete buckets. Right? We've got a document that, when you look at all the backup, we're talking hundreds of pages. So I think that's a pretty big win. And I think the Planning Commission and city staff should be commended for getting us to where we are, right? This has been a 3 to 4 year process. One of the best new concepts that I'd like to point out is these regional activity centers, right? Because I think if we allow, in the right places, more growth in the city, that's gonna help take pressure off of some of the areas that are a little bit more resistant. And so I think that's a concept that we really need to make sure we maintain along with the coastal development areas, because with those areas, remember, you're looking at infrastructure. And that's what we always talk about, infrastructure linked to growth and planning. And so we're finally getting some of that in the comp plan, I think really for the first time. So we've got a lot of good concepts. Also want to echo Michael Marino's comments. I think he's right on point with West Shore, Rocky Point, how all of these areas are going to work together. And those are places where people that live there, they want to see them grow. So let's allow them to control their own destiny. My concern, and look, I can count the votes, and I think that there's probably some delay. We're headed towards some delay, but the caution, I guess, that I would raise is we've worked on this for 4 years, and if we delay too much, I don't know if you guys have seen the letters that the state has started sending to places like Orange County and Manatee County, and those are on different issues, but what we're seeing is a much more muscular state when it comes to growth management. And so the longer this gets delayed, the more I think we have some risk as a community of the state just stepping in and telling us how to do it. So what I would suggest is let's try to find ways to delay this as little as possible. We can always come back, right? This doesn't have to be something that only happens once a decade. We can come back next year and look at discrete issues. But let's move forward as much as we can, as quickly as we can, because there's a lot of really good stuff in this plan. So. With that, thank you for your time and attention, and appreciate being here tonight. Thanks.
Thanks for closing out public comment tonight. Hold on one second, Jake.
No, not a question. Can I just ask the Planning Commission kind of a process question? I know we're going to take a break, but as they're thinking about it, I'd like to just throw out a comment question.
Absolutely. Councilman Carlson.
To Jake's point, from the February version to the May version, there was content Jake, can you hear me? There was content put in from the February version to the May version that we didn't ask for. And if that content had not been put in, and the community didn't ask for it, if that content had not been put in, we wouldn't have had to delay it in May, and we wouldn't have to delay it again. And so I'm hoping that no extra content will be put in. And my question is, Ms. Zernita, an example, we heard a lot of complaints today about 7.1.4 and 3.6.2, and I wonder, the community didn't ask for those, we didn't ask for those, and they were added in between February and May. Why? Whose idea was that? Was that the staff's idea, the consultant's idea, the city's idea? Whose ideas were these, and why were they put in? As examples, just so we can understand the process, so that doesn't happen again. For Jake's point, I don't want to come back the next time and have some consultant or somebody add all this stuff in that we didn't ask for and the community didn't ask for. So just.
Sure, and those were two of the things that were on my list to clarify and respond, so thank you for the question. So 7.1.4 was memorializing a request by the Planning Commission that they made in a letter to you all as part of a different plan amendment. They asked for the city of Tampa to contemplate expansion of density bonuses in the coastal high hazard area if there was a future process for mitigating.
So
those
the
bonuses.
answer is it came from your board?
Yes.
Okay, it didn't come from staff, it came from your board. Okay,
In that
thank you.
case, the policy 3.6.2 about Rattlesnake Point, I think that's, if I've got the right one, that is current language in the comprehensive plan, I believe.
It is.
Let me double check with Jennifer, but that one is on our list to go back and revisit based on all the comments, but I think that actually was.
Jennifer Malone, for the record, 3.6.2 is new language, but there is thought, there was a, I'd be happy to explain more about why this was drafted this way.
Could you just tell me
but we
the
can look
answer?
at it.
Did it come from staff? Did it come from your board?
3.6.2
Did it come from the
came from
city?
staff.
Came from
Planning Commission
your
staff.
Planning Commission staff. Okay.
Yes.
Just so we understand the process. So somehow, as you all are, what I would ask is, as you all go think about this, if it was up to me, I would accept all the recommendations from the community, and we'll hear from my colleagues. But what we need to figure out is whatever we give back to you all tonight, we need to make sure our communication is clear so that you all understand what to do, and then we need to figure out how to stop all these other voices from the consultants and people from adding things in that will cause us to go for another round again.
Just 3.6.2 has been in the draft for months, I think since the very first draft. I would have to go back and check that, but staff has had this policy in here for a very long time.
Okay, so I don't know, let me ask council, I know, but just let me see, because I had one request about when we wanted to break. Do we want to let the planning commission talk about some of the things that they've heard, and then we take a break? Is that okay with you, Councilman Drew? Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think we should let her speak and then maybe listen to us for a little bit, and then they can go and kind of put a little 10 minutes for a draft.
Sure.
Okay.
I do have, I've been trying to take notes and have a list of things just to clarify and respond to some of the comments. And then, yes, we certainly are keeping a list of things that we need to revisit and have your direction on in terms of a motion as well. So just a couple of things that have come up through, well, maybe more than a couple, through the public comment. We did focus our outreach effort on the motion that you all made in May to look at those two areas. In the process of going out on all those meetings and having the survey online, we got a lot of comments. I mean, I think it was over 1,500 comments. We did have a limited time to digest everything between when the public outreach closed in the first or second week of August and when we had to get a draft to you all. So we focused the revisions again on those two areas. But certainly if this item is continued, we would continue to synthesize that input along with what we've heard tonight and what the direction you all give us to put together a revised draft. But there was some question about why we hadn't made other changes, and that's the reason why. I also wanted to clarify that yes, the 2045 population projections could be accommodated in the future land use map that is in place today. But in order to do that, that contemplates a lot of areas redeveloping outside of the areas that we've heard people would like to see that happen. So again, there's a lot of places that are residential 10. The majority of the city is residential 10. But the majority of the city is not built at 10 units per acre. It's built maybe at 4 or 6 units per acre. So yeah, there's that space between that 6 units per acre and the 10 that's the maximum. We can accommodate that growth. But I've heard a lot of people say that they don't want to see their neighborhoods change and they don't want the growth to go there. So when I say, yes, the future land use map can accommodate that population, it can, but that's going to mean for a lot of changes in places where maybe people don't want the change to happen. That's why we're trying to redirect it to places like the corridors or we addressed 7.1.4 coming from the Planning Commission. There was a question about the coastal development areas contradicting the coastal high hazard area. Those are specific areas that, like downtown, West Shore, the community redevelopment areas, where because there are specific plans for infrastructure and a vision for higher density, that we're calling to carve out of those coastal high hazard area policies. The language about South Tampa in the comprehensive plan has been referenced by a number of speakers. That language is not adopted today. It's descriptive language in the plan. It is not embodied in a goal, objective, or policy. And if it's not in a goal, objective, or policy, it makes it very hard for staff or the legal team to utilize that as a reason for finding something inconsistent. That is why it was not moved forward into the draft plan, because we were trying to be more clear about what was adopted and keeping things in the goals, objectives, and policies. The transit ready part of the transit ready corridors, we did work closely with HART on identifying those corridors. They are areas that they have service or would have plans to have service should there be additional funding. And they felt that having additional density on those corridors would help to have additional ridership, to have that support of transit and align those transit plans with our land use plan. A number of comments about Table 3, and I have that down as something that we need to revisit, but I would, the idea that we had in Table 3 was to do a couple of things. One, not allow for the current bonus density, the step up in a 35 unit per acre category. You start at 30 by right, you can step up to 35. Not allow that step up in the coastal hazard area, our most vulnerable area. But in the rest of the city, outside of the coastal high hazard area, remove that step up to simplify and streamline and make the bonuses more meaningful through the bonus structure that was adding these transit ready bonuses, the affordable housing bonus, the green building bonus, things like that, that aligned more with the vision of the city. In the R10 category today, townhomes and attached single-family units are allowed. The language in the plan says that they are to be limited. Limited is a broad term that is not very specific and clear, and so staff's attempts in the varying drafts has been to try to give some more definition to what that term is. But they are allowed today. It's not something new that we're introducing. We did remove the multifamily reference that was mentioned by Ms. Sommerman in the latest draft. Some of the maps that were shown were out of date, and if I need to reiterate any of the new maps at any point, please let me know. Height is not something that is typically regulated by the comprehensive plan. That's regulated by the land development code. There are references in the plan today to provide guidance about the typical type of development that would occur in those land use categories. But I think we have some agreement with city staff that height is more appropriate to be in the land development code, where if a variance or something to the height needs to occur, there's a process for that. You can't vary the comprehensive plan. So if somebody needs 1 more foot of height or 1 more story, there's not a process to do that. There is a process in the land development code. And the land development code is also, we believe, the more appropriate place to close some of the PD loopholes that were discussed. I don't know that you'll see any disagreement from Planning Commission staff on doing so, but that's the better place to do it than in the comprehensive plan. Similarly, the process for bonus agreements is currently outlined in the land development code as well, so that we believe is the best place to address that those need to come before City Council. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit back and forth of things. Going back to table 3, it was mentioned that we shouldn't include the date of the CHHA. That is important because there is a requirement in state statute that we cannot have a self-amending plan. The coastal high hazard area line gets updated by the state, and we are told we automatically have to use the new line. So we can't have the plan automatically amend for everybody's density. That's why we put the date in there. Again, if we revisit table 3, we can revisit whether that's even needed based on those changes. And I would say when you have your deliberations, it would be helpful to get some direction on table 3, because I heard both the desire for more by right density and I heard we need to go back to the current structure. So it'd be great to get the consensus from council on that. I've only got like a couple more. The policies related to missing middle, there are many policies in the housing section. We haven't gotten to discussion of that yet tonight. That's one of the items that comes along with the future land use and the coastal, because they all are so linked. But missing middle is not a defined term in the plan, so that's why we didn't use it. We talk about alternative housing types, the inclusion of things like duplexes and attached single family, and there are a lot of policies about that in the housing section. The policy, there is a lot of discussion about Dale Mabry and MacDill Air Force Base. And while I absolutely understand the concerns about the impacts to MacDill and the density bonuses, whether or not they're appropriate on Dale Mabry, given their need to evacuate, staff did not find that we were inconsistent with policy 4.2.6 because our read of that is that it addresses road closures and not specifically the issue of whether there should be density along those roadways. I think that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I believe Councilman Vieira asked for
So no, I mean, I do have things to say, but I know Councilman Maniscalco was going to make a motion on the Gasworks property.
Yeah.
So I was going to say.
We're not at the motion stage yet. We're just in the discussion.
I was going to do that, though, just for purposes of the gentleman who requested us to go back to Orlando. If we could do it maybe before we, just on that narrowly tailored issue, if it's the pleasure.
If it's pleasure of the
Yeah,
council.
because it doesn't affect anything else. But
Yeah,
Okay.
so-
because I know we have to
Councilman
officially-
Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I'd like to then make a motion directing the planning commission to look at Mr. Scaglione's property, and he gave the address, and I think he spoke to 1402 East 2nd Avenue.
Thank you.
To be put back into the CDA. I think there was a mistake there, that it could be reviewed and then that be made. I know he has to go back. He came from Orlando for this meeting, and he's going right back to Orlando. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from?
Second.
Councilman Vieira, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, could you just make it precise because of I want to make sure we don't have miscommunication.
So the
Just say
motion
we're adding
is-
we're adding we want to specifically add it in, not to have them look at it and then consider adding, we want them to add it in.
Yes, 1402 East Second Avenue.
Add it to the
That'd
coastal
be add, it'd be
development
added to the coastal development area.
Okay.
Between, what is it, Ybor and the Channel District in that area that was described.
Okay,
Got it.
And you accept that as still your second? So we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Vieira. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
Okay.
Okay. What? Well, that's why I'm asking, what's? You, okay, so, why don't we do that? So, council discussion, who would like to start? Councilman Vieira.
Couple of things I wrote down, which is, number one, something that Mr. Creamer said is true, which is, Jake Creamer, which is that, you know, Florida, Tallahassee is watching, and we've seen their more punitive stance. I'm the chairman of HART, and we're seeing that potentially there. We see it on a lot of different issues, and more intervention, I should say. So I do think, though, that there is a consensus, don't want to speak on behalf of other folks, for potentially continuing this, but we ought to make it relatively quick, and I know that's going to put potentially some work on our friends in the Planning Commission, and we'll do everything we can to help as gentlemen and gentleladies. I know that in that regard, but to move and expedite this because we don't want to delay this unnecessarily. It goes without saying. A couple of things. Michelle had spoken from University Square Civic Association. I have the email, they sent it, I think it was yesterday evening. And so I've asked my assistant to set up a meeting with Michelle and myself and other folks there and some folks with the Planning Commission so we can deal with those specific, there's about 8 different requests there. I'm not going to go through them all right now for the purposes of time, just so that we can address those concerns. I think that's great. But I think overall in this, there's a balance. When I spoke initially, you know, I talked about my I guess, I don't want to say cynical, but negative view on the future of mass transit in the Tampa area and Hillsborough County. There's a balance that we have, which is that we continually, for different reasons, some are legal reasons that are outside of our control, some are political will reasons, some things are the will of the voters. 2022, Hillsborough County politically changed radically on these types of issues, and I do mean radically. So one is our inability or refusal to proceed with the infrastructure support that we need, whether it's for things like public safety, police, and fire, whether it's for our roads, mass transit, stormwater issues obviously become very acute since last year, particularly for us here in Tampa area, as well then with our post-COVID crisis that we have with regards to housing. What a lot of the housing advocates said is true. We are still in a housing crisis because the hits that working families have taken since COVID continue to be felt on them. The rent is still, pardon me, too damn high. It is, and folks are still feeling that pinch. So we need to balance those out. And again, I am very sympathetic to the fact that a lot of our friends in South Tampa say that a lot of those areas have been developed very, very liberally. I know that because I'm in New Tampa, where there's not much more we can develop out there. So I totally, to quote our 42nd president, I think it was, I feel your pain in that regard. But I think it's a balance in that regard, and I look forward to reaching that. So I'll stop murmuring and saying things, and I'll let everybody else speak. Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. So the map that was passed out, but I believe Sandy Sanchez and then Carlos Ramirez showing the increase in density to the city blocks with the transit-ready corridors is just, it's all pink. And it's all pink.
I think that's an older map. Is that an older map?
Is this still in play in what we're discussing today? Because this was, I first heard about it Saturday morning at 7 a.m. and then I see it here. Has this been taken out?
I believe that map is current, but let me just take a look at it. Yeah, I think that this is still accurate, and the reason is because their land use categories are residential 20 or higher already. We retained 1/8 of a mile along those corridors. That is why it's still that large area in those areas. Yes, that's correct.
I mean, this is the whole neighborhood. You know, Mr. Ramirez mentioned, you know, this takes up our entire neighborhood in certain sections. And knowing this, I mean, over time, as people die and properties change hands, it's gonna completely erase the historic nature of this. So, I know, but I'm just saying, I'm thinking, as things progress, and this is within a historic West Tampa district and everything, so this is concerning. In regards to land use policy 7.1.4, and it was mentioned by a multitude of individuals, is to remove it because it increases in the CHHA when the developer agrees to construct or invest in infrastructure improvements that the city deem will enhance the resiliency of surrounding area. One of the speakers showed a map of the Lower Peninsula. I don't know if it was Ms. Pointer or Ms. Bennett, that you can only do so much, but that area is going to flood. So what is a developer going to do to enhance the resiliency of the area? Because you can't beat Mother Nature. So you flood less, it doesn't make sense to me. I think it's dangerous in the sense that, a stormwater system, no matter how big, how modern it is, you can't manage certain flooding events or certain 100-year storms and all this stuff. So
I don't want to speak for exactly what the Planning Commission was thinking, but I think they were looking for, in the Land Development Code, there being some tools for developers to support a broader offsite of their project. Some improvements, I don't know.
Yeah, Evan Johnson, City Planning. I was just going to add to that. There are some examples, St. Pete being the most well-known one locally, where they do allow some of those in certain areas in the CHHA. They allow for amendments to be requested, but they've got specific resiliency features that have to be integrated. But that required, the way they did it, and the last time I talked to staff down there, it's been a little while, was that it hadn't really been used a lot. But that's basically kind of where that came from, was those ideas of, you could have buildings with, better generators. They might increase the freeboard, which is the elevation above your flood zone, your flood finished floor elevation, things like that could reduce the risk to the people and to the structures. And so that was the idea, and they have the same challenges we have, is that we have a lot of populated, attractive areas that tend to be in very low areas. So that's where the idea was.
But the thing is, it's the lack of common sense. After what I saw last year in the flooding, and I love Davis Islands. I love Davis Islands. My friend and I drove around the island the next morning when the roads were passable. And I said, there's 100 houses that I wish I could live in, but I'll never live in here. Because I'm either going to build real high up, which I don't want to be, because I want something historic and cool with a story and character, but I don't want to be put in that situation. So what I'm getting to is, and I don't want to call it greed. I know everybody's got to make money, but it doesn't make sense. So if they invest in the resiliency of the surrounding area, so they fix their property and they're flooding somebody else's property. Some areas are so low lying, and I've been here my whole life, and I've been through the entire city. It just doesn't make, there's beautiful areas all over, and I look that way because South Tampa's over there, and Harbor Island is here, and so many beautiful places I wish I could live in, but I don't want to, because I witnessed what happened last year. And I'm thinking to myself, we're overbuilding, we're doing too much. And it was mentioned that other parts of the city, they want development, they want growth. We're talking about East Tampa, we're talking about filling that District 5 seat, and I'm glad to see one candidate here. Everybody should be here. As was already said, this is so important. We have a housing crisis, we have an affordability crisis. Why are we building in these areas? I mean, I'm telling you, the hurricane has traumatized a lot of people. I've been here my whole life, and I never thought, and I hoped I would never have to see what happened last fall. So there are other places where the builders can go, and I mentioned it to somebody. That person is not in the room anymore. And I said, why is everybody building in South Tampa? Everybody wants to go to Plant, everybody wants to go to Robinson, those schools are full. Where are these kids going to go? Why don't they look at other parts of the community that are saying, hey, we want investment here, right? So this whole thing with policy 7.1.4 is foolish, it's dangerous, it should be taken out. So I could go on and on. This is a huge document, but again, there's so much opportunity in the rest of the city.
Councilman Maniscalco, would you like to make a motion to remove that?
Yeah. I mean, I want to hear from everybody, but if it's appropriate, I'll do it now. All right,
Yeah,
so,
as well, yeah.
so it's fresh. If not, I'll just
Okay, we'll
keep
forget
talking.
No, I won't forget it, but yeah. might as
So
well, 'cause we all agree.
I'd like to make a motion to remove LU policy 7.14.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. I think we said that before at the May meeting. It was added back in by the Planning Commission, and ultimately, it is our decision. So I do, I understand their desire, but we said in May we wouldn't support that. So there are a lot of things on here that we do need to change. There's so much. There are a lot of issues with table 3 with the max density and intensity in some areas, but I'm also concerned that, or hopeful that maybe some of that could be used in areas that really do want density, and I don't know if that's available. I don't know if we can split like that. I don't know if we can say, hey, this is a part of the city that really wants density. So again, I might ask, that's probably going to be some of my direction, is to have you look at table 3, which is that already bonus density, and where can we, what the areas that we want to focus growth, they should be the ones to be getting that automatic density. Anything we can do to focus the growth where we've heard that A, people want it, and B, that is outside of the coastal high hazard area where people can shelter in place. But there are quite a few places in the city that really are asking for this density. I mean, we heard from the North Tampa where they want that density along Fowler Avenue. They want anything they can do to incentivize that. I hear from Tampa Heights about it. I've heard from Seminole Heights about, being happy with it being focused on the corridors. So those are the areas that I would like to look at, but also knowing that we can't take townhouses out of R10 because they're already allowed and limited, but the language is already there. SB 180 would, if we took that language out, would be a consideration of taking away property rights. So limited is what we see today, which is having to come through, having to get an amendment, but at the same time, I heard you say multifamily is out of that definition of townhome. And again, in the areas that are R10 that want that additional density, how do we do that? How do we then say in the more central portions of the city that are R10, how do we then say, yes, you can do multifamily? There was the developer who came up initially, or one of the first folks that spoke, that said, yeah, I have this lot that's 6,000 square feet, and I have to build one giant home. I can't build 2 small homes. That's the kind of thing that I don't know if it's land development code or future land use, but if it's land development code, okay, well, it's future land use, then I would like to try to solve that problem in this as well. What do we do in areas that want this, that need this growth, to say, yeah, you can put a quad here? Because right now, the hoops they have to go through aren't okay.
So just to clarify, I think it's a combination of both the comp plan and the land development code probably working together on that issue. And there's a distinction between like attached single family, which is duplexes, quads, and townhomes, like the way it's, and what is considered multifamily. And
oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So what
how
I'm
does
saying
how
is
far
that's
does it go?
Yeah.
Like what's the end
Jennifer
of,
might be able to help you with
could
that.
Could it be, is it an 8-plex? Is it a 6-plex? Is it like what's the?
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, I might defer to city staff because the LDC has very specific definitions and we do not want to misspeak about how the LDC defines those things. But we would have to look at them. I do know that multifamily townhome style is 8 attached units.
Okay.
But there's also single-family attached and single-family semi-detached.
So-
And
so
there's
for the-
multiple definitions that
Okay,
mean
for,
different
for
things.
the purpose of this, because I don't think there'll be any more, in most of our R10, it's 3 stories, so the best we're probably gonna get is a 6-plex. So I think that's probably where I would like to, like, let's draw that line, 6-plexes, like, in areas. But not only that, I mean, I was up, doing stuff for my mother last week in Gainesville, and I was biking around, and they have these teeny tiny lots now that they're splitting lots and putting 2 very small, very narrow homes on. And they are in the 200,000s. It's not perfect for everyone, but it was,
That
I
would
mean,
have to
compared
be
to our
enabled in
prices,
the-
very affordable.
That would have to be enabled in the land development.
Okay, so that's a land development code issue.
And making sure that we have the density for it too. So
Okay.
again, it's a two-pronged.
But
It's
with
two-pronged.
R10, you should have the density for that, 10 units an acre.
We see that more now in the R20 designation.
Okay, well then
Um,
maybe some people might want to change some zoning, but okay.
Yeah.
So those are the kinds of things I'm looking at, including the transit-ready corridor. I think multiple people have talked about the fact of narrowing those corridors, starting small. But again, I do think at this point, it might be a neighborhood issue. I don't think Florida Avenue you would consider, but Florida Avenue for sure. I mean, Seminole Heights Vision Plan has that already in there. So those are the types of corridors we would want to continue. And definitely evaluate the extent to which the innovative housing tools like the rounding policy could be brought back with limited applications in those areas that we're trying to promote growth. I think the major overview that I'm hearing that someone put it so clearly was not to look at this as a blanket, but to look at it as a spot of where do we really want to focus the growth. Because I do believe that if we focus the growth in these areas that want growth, as people see what it can bring, there's less fear in that. Something else I'm going to ask for that hasn't been talked about tonight that might be a separate motion is to provide some visual examples in some pilot areas of what the impact of the density incentives would look like, both with development and growth management. So saying, like, choosing 10 parcels in different parts of the city and saying, what can we do with that? Asking the development and growth management to do that. And then also asking members of the development community to look at those same parcels. Because just because you can put something there may not be something that works developmentally. And the example that I used when talking about this that was used during this rezoning in South Tampa, it was the bread factory that they rezoned into townhomes, and the community said, we really want commercial. And the developers came up and said, we've penciled it out, commercial does not work here. This is what works. So I would like to hear from the different groups to just give the public an understanding of what both sides look at when they see a parcel. And I think the visualization of that will help all of us understand a little bit more what can be put in different places, and then what people are comfortable with. So that will be, and then of course working with city legal on the possible implications of SB 180 on the overall. And I think that's going to be happening anyway, but I want to say that. I know that we're going to give you, after I think a couple more people speak, we're going to give you time to go back and come up with what you think you heard, and then make some copies and us talk about it. But I really do appreciate all of everyone who's come tonight, everyone who's spoken, everyone who's sent an email, the Planning Commission for the work they've done, our legal and our planning teams for all the work that they're doing on this as well. It is definitely it's a village effort.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I want to echo the thanks to everyone as well, especially for the Planning Commission folks accommodating all those extra meetings. I know it took time away from your personal time and families because we were all out almost every night. And you also accommodated our vacations. That's why it was compressed in such a short time. I appreciate you all doing that as well. I think to Jake Kramer's point, if we, to move to the next stage faster, for me, we're entering a different phase. The phase now is, in my mind, and I'm only one of 7 here, but the phase to me is listening to what the people have said. And so you all have written, the Planning Commission, staff and city and all, you all have written this document that's however hundreds of pages long. The community is talking about making very few changes. You guys are going to summarize them in a few minutes, but they're substantive changes, but they're not like wholesale changing everything. They didn't ask to throw the whole thing out and start over again. And so I think with that, they're all respecting the hard work that's been put into this. But at this point, what I would expect to be able to move forward is that you all would come back and say, okay, we listen to the public and we're going to do that. And it might be that you all as planners don't 100% agree. An example is Dale Mabry. And you all are in the same meetings I was at. Everybody in those meetings said, don't include Dale Mabry at all. And at this point, I think if we have to justify it to the state, let's do that. But if we're all going to work on the same side of the table to try to get to the finish line on this, we need to listen to what the community is saying. But if we don't listen to the community, if the answer is, oh, well, the consultant says that what the community said is a bad idea, 1 out of 10 maybe, or 1 out of 20, but if all of it is a bad idea because the consultant or somebody says that, then I'm just going to vote no, and then we'll have a fight with the state if we have to. What I would recommend, not just that you all, I want to make sure, Dave, sorry, David, I want to make sure you're here. But what I recommend is you all are going to come back with a list in a few minutes, but I would recommend next week or the week after that you all come back with a kind of a timeline or schedule and maybe just check in with us on that too, just to make sure the communication is clear this time. And I would offer up that I would support helping the neighborhoods in South Tampa anyway put together meetings. And we've heard clearly we need to have meetings in East Tampa and then the District 5 areas. Even before we pick somebody, the candidates can come if they want. I did attend the District 5 meeting, but that one was not enough. Obviously, we need to hear more voices. I would like to put back neighborhood commercial districts in, and I'd like to know who took that out and why. Maybe you can tell me in a few minutes. But the neighborhood commercial districts are the reason why people would accept density. Because almost every neighborhood says, if you put a little grocery store that I can walk to, I don't mind having a little pocket of density. Or if you put a little coffee shop that I can walk to, I don't mind having a little density. But by taking that out, you don't provide any incentive for the neighborhoods to want it. And the same thing with what I call transit-ready development. You can take that term out now because transit-ready corridors has killed it. But let's talk about transportation nodes. And there are huge differences even on Dale Mabry, and I'm not going to point out spaces, but certain spaces on Dale Mabry, if you just take Dale Mabry wholesale, some areas of Dale Mabry are right next to neighborhoods. Some of them have huge commercial areas already, and it does make a difference exactly which spot you pick for those nodes and density. And so I think that's why we have to go neighborhood by neighborhood. I'd like to see in that short plan, a week or two from now, what your public input strategy is, how the community can help you. I know you all don't have the budget to do it all. Maybe we can find some money in the CRA or something, or we can get volunteers to do it. But we need to try to get that update. Also, a recommendation was to get renters, make sure we somehow get to renters. So if there are people that have access to that, we can get volunteers to do it, and also to lower income people. How do we get more of those folks out? We talked about the missing middle. I don't know why, if the missing middle was a section in the previous plan, why it was taken out. Maybe that's a question for later. The other thing, this is a long discussion maybe for another day, but I'm very, very against bonus density. If you believe in supply and demand at all bonus density is it's a speed bump. Every developer tells me it takes months extra to go through the process of bonus density. And what the community gets out of it is very little. If we have 10 buildings and 1 out of 10 gets bonus density, and so now they have an extra 20 units, if we could have had 200 extra units, instead, the market will bring the prices down. And we'll have extra taxes from the 200 units that we can use to work on affordable housing. We're not going to get, by limiting everybody else, we're not going to get the benefit that we need. I think we need to either provide by right or not at all. And there are other ways to try to work on that. I don't think that that system works from any research I've done and also in talking to even the development community. Again, we can argue about this later. This issue about East versus South, there are some really offensive emails that we've gotten about South Tampa. Again, stereotypes. South Tampa has a historic African-American community. It has a lot of lower-income people, a lot of middle-class people, and it's very unfair to think about South Tampa as being rich white people who don't want something in their backyard and they want to put it somewhere else. I went to the District 5 meeting. I've been to maybe 7 or 8 of the debates that Naya and others have been in, and everywhere I go, I hear that people want development. They want development. They want growth. They don't want wholesale gentrification. You know, some administrations look at it and they say we need to just tear down 2,000 homes and build houses only for rich people, which is happening. Nobody, I think, here is in favor of that. But adding a few townhomes, quads, others, I don't hear anybody in East Tampa saying they don't want that. In fact, they're saying they want it. And so we need to allow growth to go where it should go, again, neighborhood by neighborhood. Dale Mabry, I talked about Dale Mabry a minute ago, but it is an evacuation corridor. Go there. McDill has several shifts. And when McDill is letting in or out, it's a national security hazard because it backs up at least to Gandy and sometimes way farther than Gandy. And people can't get around. And McDill, somebody mentioned that McDill Avenue is totally backed up most of the day. Bayshore is really busy most of the day. The crosstown, Selman, is packed for hours and hours all day. That's on a non-evacuation day. I went through, I think we had 2 BRACs 20, 30 years ago. I was on the Tampa Chamber Board at the time, where we had to go to the federal government and defend McDill and try to keep McDill here as an asset because they were trying to kick it out, shut it down, and we fought really hard to keep it here. If we create security threats for McDill, the federal government can move them, and that's a huge liability for us. We should not do anything that will allow that to happen. We've got a variety of homes in South Tampa. We've seen that the growth in South Tampa has been more than anywhere else. If we don't change anything, the growth in South Tampa will be more than anywhere else. This is not about limiting growth for rich people who don't want it in their backyard. This is about providing balance by allowing the same, not even the same level of growth in other parts of the city, but allowing growth in other parts of the city to provide some equity in those areas. My son graduated from college. He has 2 jobs right now, and he's desperately looking for a place he can afford in South Tampa. And it is hard, I know, but there are already places that are approved. Developers are just going through the process right now, trying to build those places. We're going to have growth no matter what. There's going to be competition, and we've seen market prices go down. Again, I want I want us to listen to the people, listen to what the people said, not justify why we're not listening to them, but listen to people. And I'll leave with one last thing. I've been saying anecdotally for months, the canary in the coal mine, the economic indicators lag at least a year. And so we can use vanity rankings and talk about how great we are, but a lot of the growth that we had the last few years was because of COVID, because a lot of rich people moved here into Florida because they didn't want to wear masks. A lot of the companies that they were working with now in other places are not allowing people to work remotely. So many of those people have gone back. Many of them have gone back because they don't like it that there are no sidewalks, that the roads are broken, that the parks are falling apart in South Tampa and everywhere else. One of the very, and the mayor's office always says, well, show us proof, show us proof. Well, call me and I'll give you the name of the realtor. I talked to one of the very top realtors in South Tampa just yesterday. He said in the last few months, he's got 12 listings to leave Tampa. 12 listings to leave Tampa and only 1 of people coming in. These numbers are lagging the reality. The numbers are lagging the reality of what we're facing right now. Because we haven't invested in sidewalks, because we haven't invested in stormwater infrastructure, because we haven't invested in roads and parks, and because our infrastructure is overloaded, good people that are creating jobs and creating wealth in our community, they're leaving. Some of them have been here for decades. Some of them have only moved here the last few years. We've got to turn this around. When we get transit, when we get the infrastructure fixed, then we can look at growth again. But in the meantime, we have to slow down and invest in infrastructure so the infrastructure catches up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you. I almost forgot what I was going to say.
I was gonna say, somebody's competing with you, Councilman Miranda.
I can handle that. But anyway, I just want to speak about West Tampa. You're talking about building and stuff like that, and I'm just going to give you a synopsis real quick. You go down Kennedy, you make a right on Howard. That's nice, 4-lane, beautiful, looks nice, one way that way. But then it meets up just the other side of Columbus Drive with what? Armenia. Armenia is also pretty nice, but then Armenia also has a problem when it hooks up to Howard going forward, because when you get to Hillsborough Avenue, it's a 2-lane road. And when you go 2 blocks, you're in the county. So let's check that one out. When you're going east to west, and you're coming from Cargo Road, you say, I'm gonna take a nice road, I'm gonna leave MLK, I'm gonna go to Cargo Road and pick up MLK, you're gonna be all right till you get to Hines. And then from Hines to all the way to the interstate on the other side of Nebraska, that's a long way. It's gonna take you 30 minutes to get there from 4 o'clock to 5:30. Because you know why? They can't make a quick left to get on the interstate. All the way out there is the problem, and I've done it, tested it out, and I know what I'm telling you. So you have a problem there, scratch that road. Now let's go to Columbus Drive. It's nice road, been paved by the county finally. Like a lot of roads need paving, I'm not saying that to be unfriendly with the county. But Columbus Drive, any road going east and west, north and south in West Tampa, it's a 2-lane road. So you got ditches in West Tampa. So where are you going to put the buildings? Underground? I don't understand it all. And you go back to Del Mabry, beautiful road, nice road, 4 lanes on each side. There's only one problem. When it goes to West Tampa, what do you have? All the land's been taken on this side by entities and a nice big park called Al Lopez Park. When you go to the other side, you got the airport from Columbus Drive north. You can't build there. So you're losing what you can build on because you can't build on. It's already taken by something else. So what I'm saying, where are you going to build? You only can build in West Tampa now. There are no empty lots by tear downs. I hate to say that. West Tampa's getting a problem now with traffic, especially traffic coming on Green Street from the interstate when they exit, or coming up to get on the ramp. And when you see the ramp, you want to rev up so you can catch up with the cars that are driving at 50 miles an hour. And the neighborhood's getting halfway destroyed because of the speed. We're working on that. And there's other areas, and you look at Lois Avenue, and you look at back of Home Depot, what do you have there? A bottleneck all the way down from Dale Mabry, all the way down from to the end. When you get to the road that's got about 5 names. Columbus Drive stops, it becomes Spruce, it becomes something else. You got all that road, and you have every single road clogged up. Go to where Miss Sanchez lives. The cut-through traffic is unbelievable. You go to Cypress, and the road where Miss Sanchez lives, right a block before Alessi Bakery. It's got a 4-way stop. It always has a 4-way stop, and if it didn't have a stop, you can't go. So every road is traffic in West Tampa. And I'm not opposed to looking at something and putting something up where it can be done. There's no problem with that. But there's very, very, very few spots left for whatever reason, no matter what the congestion is. If you look at Dale Mabry, you can't do it because you can't put it in. You're not going to tear down Al Lopez Park to build a house. And this is what Hines Avenue may have some possibilities, but that's about the only one. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not running for mayor.
Well, that's that's
unless I change my mind.
That's one out of the 6 that are up here. The rest of them are still undeclared. I see. I guess it's up to me, right? Am I the one that hasn't spoken? Okay. So a couple of observations, then a suggestion. One, some things that I heard in public comment. I don't know if people are still here. One of the problems that we have with the school congestion, we go right back. I've been complaining about Tallahassee all day today. It's the money cutbacks to the school district. They have taken buses away, school buses. So if you live within 2 miles within 2 miles of a school, the kids no longer get buses. Doesn't matter how dangerous the streets are between where they live and the school. So as an example, in the South Tampa area, Davis Islands, those kids, they have to go to elementary school, and which is not that far, but it's close enough. The parents have to drive them because they're outside 2 miles. So there's all these cars that are being generated. Take one kid, one adult, one car for every kid instead of these kids being in a bus. And that's happening all over the city. And again, we go right back to Tallahassee because they're underfunding our public school system. One of the other things that talk about is we always have to take into account, and I don't think even the folks in here that don't want Tampa to change, who doesn't want additional density, is urban sprawl. I don't think anybody in this room or anybody that's been in this room tonight would argue the fact that it's detrimental to our environment, it's detrimental to or any kind of concept of urban planning to encourage urban sprawl, taking our areas in the county that are environmentally sensitive, with the pressures that we have there, and really have land development code that promotes people living further and further. Again, more car time, more exhaust, more pollution in the air, time, quality of lifetime, because it takes people away. So some of this discussion that we have tonight, and we talk about trying to absorb some density and building in the right places, is so that we can avoid urban sprawl. We have a little bit more density development. People can live closer to the urban city where they work, where they play, and improve everyone's quality of life. I heard about the existing housing stock and repurposing. Part of the problem when they're talking about the West Shore and on Davis Islands and all this is we have a FEMA 50% rule. A lot of those houses were damaged, those old houses were damaged. They can't be reused, they can't be rebuilt, they're gonna be torn down. That's just the way it is. The dirt is so expensive, it's gonna be built up and they're gonna be more expensive houses. That's not something we're solving. That's a federal government problem, that's not our problem. That's a federal government issue that we have to deal with. What else we have here? There's going to be a proposal in Tallahassee for the Tampa Transit Authority. Hey, you know what? I'd say right now I'd give it a 51% chance of being true. So we have to plan for whatever is coming our way, and if that happens, Tampa's going to have a little bit more control over what happens with the transit within the city of Tampa, and so and you know what? You have to start somewhere and you have to plan, because the same people that are sitting in this room tonight 20 years from now will go, why didn't they plan for this? Why didn't they accommodate for this? They should have known better. So we have, as we're trying to this, the Planning Commission and what all y'all are doing, just remember we have to make a plan. We have to make a plan. Bonus density is interesting because there's a part of me that really, and I think I'd have to hear from my fellow council persons about this. There's a part of me, I agree about the concept of not having either bonus density because of the cost of the developer and the cost, which increases the cost of housing for the, remember, it's not just the cost of the developer, it's the cost of the person that's buying that house or renting that place is driving those costs up. But then I also get I get the fact of, giving stuff away. I was going to say a bad word there. Giving stuff away for free. So, I mean, I think I need to hear from my council persons about that, of what they're thinking. The other issue is I've seen this picture a couple times from Ms. Pointer and I think from Caroline Bennett, where they showed the townhouses and they showed that smaller unit next to it. I think what stands out there though is that unit next to it is aging house stock, and unless it's something really remarkable and you're going to pour a lot of money into it, like the rehabs you see in Hyde Park, the aging housing stock is going to be torn down and rebuilt. They only have X number of years in their life cycle, and then the cost of rehab on some of the stuff is just too much. The dirt is too expensive. Those houses are going to get torn down. So these plans that we're creating have to at least, again, look at the fact that a lot of this stuff, there is an age and it's going to get torn down, and how is this stuff going to get rebuilt? I heard aligning transit plans, future land use, and our land development code. I think a lot of stuff, because I agree with Councilman Carlson. I've been a big advocate of commercial districts, but I think a lot of that is in the land development code and not necessarily the future land use. But I think we do need to at least conceptually identify the areas that we believe that will be viable commercial districts. And then if we need to make future land use code modifications based on those identified areas, we do that. But I think a lot of that is the land development code, which we are working on, by the way, as we speak. Councilman Hurtek hit it, the R10 and the R20, a lot of this stuff that, in fact, I would say so much of the comment we got from the public tonight about those issues, it's already there by right. I mean, the use already exists. So, and in some ways, this kind of narrows, at least it more clearly defines, because the townhouse is single-family attached designation versus what could be there now. And then a lot of those areas you see, I mean, I was looking at one of the maps they were showing us between McDill and the Crosstown. I mean, that area is completely mixed development. There are old apartment buildings from that are, you know, probably 80, 90 years old, and townhouses and single-family houses. So it's already, that use has already exists in that area. So that has kind of left that horse has left the stable. I don't have any thoughts about the FAR density, but I know that's a quagmire and a quicksand, and I'm not quite sure how we get past that. The only thing that I'm going to make that is concrete suggestions is the transit ready corridors. I would like to narrow the scope on that, and I'm just going to throw out some street names and some ideas that council can chew on and see if I'm either missing something or something, maybe I'm out of whack. I believe that Florida and Nebraska are both candidates to be designated as transit-ready corridors. Bush Boulevard, Hillsborough Avenue, Fowler east of 275, Kennedy Boulevard, Del Mabry north of Kennedy, 40th Street south of the river, Fowler, what did I say there? I was supposed to say something. Bush Boulevard, I'm sorry, Bush Boulevard, and Howard Avenue. Howard Avenue, somewhere and sometime, I want somebody to explain to me why we haven't two-lane these streets back. I don't get it. Again, it's one of those failed concepts. Howard and Armenia being these one-way streets I don't think it's good for commerce. I don't think it's good for the people, but one day this council should probably take that up. I know it's going to.
The design of the interstate coming through and then FDOT to manage the traffic.
Yeah.
You know, Tampa Street.
Yeah, well, I'd love to have a further discussion about how we can unwind that situation at some point. But those are the streets that I identify as areas that probably could be would reasonably accommodate traffic. Because I started thinking about conceptually the BRT maybe proposals that we're looking at, the transportation that we're looking at between the airport and downtown, potential transportation we're looking at between downtown and Fowler, and the Fowler corridor. You know, with the stadium going up on Fowler and things that are happening up there, there's going to be a lot. We're building the demand there already, so that's happening as we speak. Obviously, with Busch Gardens and the intensity that we have along Busch, Hillsborough, we already see some of the development with the redevelopment of the Funland stuff, so we're seeing some of that. So that just seems reasonable. 40th Street, because we're looking for some density in East Tampa, and I think that's really a reasonable area to look at, to maybe provide some opportunities for additional housing and additional intensity of housing. So I'll leave that for discussion, and I'll finish there.
You mentioned Howard. Who had the mic on first?
I mentioned Howard North.
If you want to talk about
I mentioned. I'm sorry. I was thinking Howard.
Howard where?
Howard north of Kennedy.
So Howard north of Kennedy, you're going.
That was my note that I couldn't read. I was like, what was that scribble?
You go past the JCC cigar factories. Then once you cross the interstate and Main Street, you go into what was downtown West Tampa, and it's a lot of historic structures. You go to a historic rooming house that's there, that's brick. There's a lot of historic, and I know there's the West Tampa Historic District that makes up 800-900 buildings. I don't want to put, and that's where the streetcar went back in the day. I don't want to put any of the historic structures in danger and make up that neighborhood.
The overlay district, that's what something else, I forgot to mention that too, because we were talking about some of the issues with land development code. Remember, we still have the overlay districts, and we still have other, if it's in an architectural review commission or a historical district. So those things supersede all of this too. So always remember, we have these little safety switches built in. So if you're in the West Tampa overlay district or the Seminole Heights overlay district, or if you're in the Tampa, the Hyde Park Architectural Review Commission district, those everything has to go through that as well. So it's a safety switch.
Well, to some degree.
Yeah.
May I clarify one thing about
Sure.
West Tampa, if that's okay? Just to,
Evan Johnson.
the West Tampa
State your
overlay,
name.
while it does.
State your name.
Oh, sorry, Evan Johnson, Evan Ross Johnson.
I have a really good friend that's his name, so every time I think that, yeah.
City planning. Just about West Tampa, the West Tampa overlay does help modify form and try to make it fit into the historic fabric better, more clearly. However, there aren't any actual historic preservation protections on any of those buildings. So it is not a local district. It is a national district, and while it does have an
So none
inventory.
of those buildings are protected, huh?
None of those buildings are protected. There are a couple of buildings, that is untrue. There are a couple of landmark buildings within West Tampa. I don't have the list in front of me, but it's probably 5 or less. But there are,
We need to fix that.
or several hundred that are not protected.
Yeah, we need to fix that.
That is not tonight's meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good way to.
Oh,
put
why
that.
not?
You know, again.
Councilwoman Hertzog.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation, but in terms of transit-ready corridor, I think that the ones you mentioned are fine, but I don't think those are townhouse corridors. I think those are transit corridors. Again, the townhomes in some of these dense, or in the areas that want the density, we're gonna be wanting quads in the middle of a block. Like, that's why I'm saying the townhome, getting rid of just that small strip and going back to townhomes or townhome appropriate type style is already in R10 in appropriate areas. We already have the language in there, and we have moderated that as council.
Well, let me maybe ask clarification, because I guess maybe I'm just getting hung up on a paradigm in my own head about this transit-ready corridors.
But
Does,
transit and townhomes are two different.
but I'm saying, I wasn't just talking about townhouses.
Yeah, but you
Right.
said townhouses.
Oh, no, because that was a whole different discussion.
Oh, I heard that you were listing out the transit-ready corridors. Maybe
Right.
I
Okay.
misunderstood
Yes,
that.
transit-ready
Okay,
corridors.
no,
Okay.
then I misunderstood, but.
Okay, yeah.
So, yes, so, okay, then I guess I rescind that comment, but you wanted to talk about bonuses. And we have this interesting bonus structure where if you provide some affordable housing, you can get more density. And I would not want to get rid of that. Even if that was the only bonus structure we kept, I feel like that is something that really incentivizes people to build the housing we need, because unfortunately, in these cases, we're getting like 10 or 20% of units, but it's 10 or 20% more units than we had. And I just don't feel like for affordable housing, we can afford to take away that bonus and just do by right density.
Correct.
I agree with by right density and encouraging it, and it along some of these corridors, again, like that developer said when he came in about really wanting to be able to do so in these 6,000 square foot lots. But I would never want to take away anything that would incentivize more affordable housing, especially lower affordable housing. And the bonus structure that we've created really gives you up to 100% density for offering housing within the 30 to 50% area median income. That is critical.
But how much are we, and practically speaking, I would love to see an analysis of how much we're actually getting that we're not paying for with like CRA subsidies or some other, federal money.
Because we haven't allowed it. That's why we're not doing it.
Well,
All we allow is up to 10%. So we aren't getting much. This would allow it to really just.
Because remember, with
ramp up.
80%, we're at market right now as far as the
Yes,
market
but that's
economy.
what the goal is if you provide housing at 50% or below, you can get up to 100% density bonus.
But
That's insane.
But is anybody going to actually do that? Can they afford to do that? With the cost of construction, the cost of dirt, is that something that's actually practical?
Yeah, because you're getting way more units than you could any other way.
This guy puts out RFPs, so I know he's got that answer.
Evan Johnson, City Planning. A couple of things about the bonus. To Councilwoman's point, yes, as the income levels that you would be supporting go down, you would get more bonus in order to offset the cost. When we originally calibrated the bonuses, now most of the comp plan basically sets the kind of the overall framework. It's going to be in the land development code is where we actually come in there and say it's this AMI level, et cetera, et cetera. The details are going to be in there. The process update is going to be in there. And so that is something that is on our list of once the comp plan gets moving, we're going to have to do that and really bring out the details. Because it's true, right now we have a 10% set aside. The only place that we're really getting a lot of those that have even been committed to is in the Channel District. There's been some of those. There's been right around that CBD periphery. It's where you've really got those substantial developments. But the one thing I want to mention also is that when we developed the draft and what's been drafted in the code thus far, it was done at the time, this has probably been a year and a half ago, but it was done based on current market trends at that moment. So we used construction costs, we used, typical rate of return. We tried to look at land cost by district in the city. So we could do our best to calibrate as close as possible with the understanding that everything changes month to month. But there was an attempt in there to try to make it as market feasible as possible.
Yeah, I'd love to one time sit down over a cup of coffee and like go over what that looked like and the practical speaking, what it practically looked like. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I want to comment on the corridor thing, but just quickly on the bonus density. When I talked to the folks in Channel District, if we had given them by right the same as the CBD, they would have built up to that. And so we actually, because of the rules, we missed out. And the only way we could work out something, or they could work out something, is if they had a bonus density. And the complaint that everybody gives is that it takes an extra few months and a lot more time, a lot more money. We have a shortage of units now, and the capital markets are really difficult for people to be able to borrow money to build, and the bonus densities slow people down. If we could get, and I'm making up the numbers, but if bonus density gets us 20 units that are affordable, or we could get 200 units at market rate, the 200 units are going to keep the price down, and we'll get taxes from them that we can use to help people to move into houses. And so, I mean, I'd like to see an economic model on that if somebody's going to argue for bonus density. But I'm one of the biggest proponents of affordable housing, but I don't think this is the right tool. I think this is a terrible tool because it's limiting the number of units we get in our community. If we have a piece of land and we can build an extra 20 units on it, why would we not do that just because we want people to jump through hoops? But on the corridors, sorry, it's a long night. On the corridors, I think the ones you mentioned are kind of the right ones. I've mentioned Kennedy in the past, and I've gotten chewed out because of it. And you heard the feedback. You heard the feedback about Howard. What I would suggest, because we haven't put that out in the public yet, I would suggest that you put that out as a question instead of a mandate. Just put it as a question and ask with that list, and say to the Planning Commission, when you go out to the public, can you ask the public what they think about this list, so that we can get feedback from the public. That way we're not mandating it without hearing what the public thinks about it.
Councilwoman Hurta.
I think.
Or Councilman Miranda, sorry. Well, your mic's always on, so I never know.
It's all right, but today, today I was a nice guy, be on and off, but I know you're half blind.
Only half.
Anyway, but thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and there's two thoughts. One that was brought up here recently about the bonus, and one without bonus, and that's fine. Everybody's got their opinion. But if you built them without a bonus, what happens to the ones that are still looking for a bonus? They'll never live anywhere. You see, where I come from, Ponce de Leon housing projects, I don't know who built them, but they were great. When people didn't have hot water, I had a hot water solar system up in the 50s. Well, we weren't behind. A lot of people in Tampa living anywhere didn't have hot water unless they paid for it through the electric bill. We had it for free. Now, once or twice a year, you might have to take a pot up there with you because we didn't have a shower. We had a tub. And later on in life, we had a shower. And you had gas heater. I never seen a gas heater in my life until I moved into the housing project. All I had was a furnace in the house and soot all over the house. Remember, you had a little heater, you put a hot pot in it and boil water, and I'm seeing some yays here. But that's how it was. In fact, nobody ate a filet mignon. We didn't have the money. You know what? Now you can afford it, and the doctor doesn't let you eat it, so what? So you have to understand that if you want really affordable housing, the government's going to have to build it. That's all.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I've heard some talk about meetings, and I don't disagree that we need to have meetings, but after this, the Planning Commission really needs some time to reconsider and study. So I don't think that we can send them out to meetings without having something to tell the public. So we really need to give them direction, let them do that direction, and then consider meeting. I don't disagree with, coming forward, ideally after budget season to tell us their plan to go forward. Let us get through budget season, let you all get, your hands around this to just look at. But I want to give the Planning Commission time to absorb this and really look at the change and really take our direction of look in specific areas more strongly. And I think that we'll get a lot more there. And I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that because that was something that's been on my mind.
Okay, how about we start, I'll make this motion for this transit corridors and.
No, so I think what we're gonna do is
Well,
take.
let me give this, is like the direction we've given thus far, and then we knock this out right now.
But they need some time to get it all together to have a motion. So,
I think you want some direction first, don't you?
no.
Because this one is coming from you, not from the public.
Right, exactly.
They're going
Yeah.
to just summarize what the public said, so
Yeah.
it seems to me this is
Yeah, I think this is appropriate.
Oh, okay, so you wanna finish your thing?
Yeah,
Go.
exactly. So I'd like to make a motion to restrict the transit-ready corridors in, so how would I say that? So-
We want them to research it. Yeah, 'cause
Well,
we
no,
talked
no,
about looking at
To
it.
ask the planning commission to get public feedback on.
No, not public feedback, but just like,
Okay, but they already have, okay, let's right set
Yeah,
this.
this is why they need to look at
They
it.
already have transit-ready corridors in the comprehensive plan. I want to delete everything except for these corridors. So if it's not on this list, I want it deleted from the comprehensive plan.
but what if they look and search another one and?
They can come back to us. This is
But
just.
that's what I'm saying, not saying these are the only ones, saying these, and if there are others, let us know, these are the ones we definitely want.
Well, they can come back to us for that too, but right now, this is a starting point.
Okay.
I think that delete all except for Florida, Nebraska, Bush, Hillsborough, Fowler east of 275, Kennedy Boulevard, because that's where the transit's gonna go between Tampa International Airport and downtown. Del Mabry north
I don't
of
think it's
Kennedy.
gonna go there, by the way.
Del Mabry north of Kennedy. And I took Howard off because of the opposition. 40th Street south of the river.
But what about 15th? And what about 30th?
Well, I mean, maybe that could be that too. I'm just-
These are,
So perhaps, if I may, perhaps the motion is that those corridors be the starting point and that we then look at whether, and bring back whether any others should be added to that
Because
list.
what I heard over and over from the public is, bring it down, pick your corridors, pick them out, So these were the critical ones that I think that look
Right.
like these.
I would agree, but I do think there may be some in East Tampa or
Right.
in some other areas where.
Well, we got
they-
Nebraska, we got 40th. Well, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so can we start, would you like, I'll take a friendly amendment to add 15.
Wait, excuse me.
I think this is what the 10-minute break is
That's
for.
what, I think that's what the 10-minute, I was going to suggest, that's what the break is for, and also, by the way, Mr. Chairman.
They're not
just-
gonna solve the
just
problem in
a
10
Just a reminder, under Robert's rules and your rules, you're going to have to pass the gavel.
I already did.
Oh,
She's
you
got
did
it.
pass-
See,
I
look
didn't-
at the direction of the
I didn't
gavel.
realize she had the
Oh,
gavel.
I didn't realize, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's why I pushed the gavel over
No,
there.
you gotta hand this to me.
Oh.
Okay, Louis.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
We're
So.
late, I'm going to first names.
Oh, yeah, that's all right, we're friends. What was I gonna say? I know, this is subject to discussion at University Square. I don't think it's gonna be, opposing this whatsoever, but subject to discussion, University Square Civic Association will be having. I know Michelle's still here, so subject to that. I know that the objection was to I need better glasses, to the Fowler Avenue Activity Center, but again, all subject to that. So we'll make it, for me, the 10 suggestions, not the 10 commandments yet.
Well, that's again because of the stadium and everything else that's going on up there.
It's a suggestion, that's my suggestion. Okay.
Well,
You're
okay, again, so I had a motion for Florida, Nebraska, Bush, Hillsborough, Fowler east of 275, Kennedy, Del Mabry north of Kennedy, 40th Street south of the river, and 15th Street is, I'm fine with it as well. If you wanted to add that, I'm okay with that. It's just,
And, well, you have to say the beginning of it again. What is, you're asking?
So the planning commission to eliminate, start off, these would be the starting point This will be the starting point of transit-ready corridors. And of course, we can add to them if they identify further. Maybe at this 15-minute break, you identify more. But I wanted, the number one thing I kept hearing from the Planning Commission is, council, just don't leave us out there hanging. You want specific direction.
We do.
So this, and again, from the audience tonight and from the public comment and the emails I get, they wanted to identify, they wanted to contract. They wanted to, they didn't want everything to be a transit-ready corridor. They wanted to contract. And I thought these were the most important. And when I look at it, as far as like where we can be at a BRT, where we potentially are going to do something, these are the areas that we could do them.
Let me second it so we can discuss it.
Okay.
Put it on and then go from there.
Yeah, I motion that the planning commission only reflect Florida Avenue, Nebraska, Bush Boulevard, Hillsborough Avenue, Fowler east of I-275, Kennedy Boulevard, Del Mabry north of Kennedy, 40th Street south of Hillsborough River, and did we want to add 15th Street?
Not for now, but maybe
Okay.
we'll talk to the public during the
Okay.
break.
As transit-ready corridors,
For starters.
for starters.
What he's saying.
So I have a motion and a second. Any other conversation? Okay. Do we want a roll call, or do we want, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then now I think we should let the planning commission have some time.
Okay, we're gonna have how much time do you need?
Realistically.
We can talk in 10 minutes, sure.
Okay, so it is, I'm gonna give you 15, so, we'll be back at 9:45.
If I can, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby.
Just a reminder to council
Hold on,
that,
I haven't-
excuse, we shouldn't say.
We're paying attention to you.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder that if you're going to be talking to members of the community, remind yourselves that you're still in
No
the
council
Sunshine
president
Board.
within earshot.
Exactly, thank you.
Okay. Sunshine still applies. I got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it late from break. I call this council to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hurtek. Here. Vieira. Carlson. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Okay, we left off with you guys having a powwow, and you were going to bring some suggestions.
We do have a couple of suggestions of and I'm breaking these up a bit. So the first thing that is a list of policies or sections of the plan that, based on public comment and your discussion, we would like, if someone would like to make a motion for us to revisit these. So revisit adopted, in the current adopted plan, objective 9.4 and 9.5 to see whether or not things need to be added back into this draft. Revisit the Fowler Regional Activity Center and its boundary with that neighborhood to the south. Revisit policy 7.1.2, that's on the plan amendments in the coastal high hazard area. Revisit policy 2.2.3 on multimodal corridors. It was said that was vague. Revisit policy 3.6.2, that's on Rattlesnake Point. Revisit policy 3.1.17 and 3.1.18 that were about the descriptions of the land use categories. Revisit how neighborhood commercial districts are addressed and make them more distinct. Revisit the rounding, and if that can be reintroduced in certain areas. And then revisit policy 3.2.1 on the locational criteria. And for all of these that are being asked to be revisited, we would like it clear that we're also going to be reviewing all of the policies in the plan, including these for implications of Senate Bill 180. And so that's why, so just want to make that clear.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Can we add in table 3?
So I would like a separate motion on
separate
table
motion
3, if that's,
okay.
and a separate motion on policy 3.3.6 on the townhomes, so.
Okay, great.
if
So
we-
we're going, I make a motion to revisit policy 9.4, 9.5, the Fowler Regional Activity Center, 7.1.2, 2.2.3, 3.6.2, 3.1.17, 3.1.18, the commercial districts, rounding, and 3.2.1.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was neighborhood commercial districts.
Yes.
Sorry. Neighborhood commercial districts and rounding and 3.2.1.
Yes.
While also looking at the rest of the policies in regards to this.
Okay,
So I'm sorry, it's just Senate Bill 180. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilwoman Hurtak, I need clarification. What does revisiting mean?
Well, we're using that because I think, so some of these policies are interrelated.
Right.
And so if we make one change in one place, it may mean that the other policy goes away, or that there are other changes that are needed. So I think we're saying that because they need to be relooked at. They need to be relooked at together with the rest of the plan. We need to, we have a lot of public comment on the record about, I think, the direction the public wanted to go, but I think we have to see how it all fits together. So I'm a little cautious to say exactly how we're gonna change each one of those.
Okay, that's why I just want to ensure that it doesn't necessarily mean they're out or they're in. It's just, it is truly in the colloquial way of saying revisiting, is you're going to weigh them all out in a fair and equitable way again.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We have a motion from Councilman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Miranda, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I said earlier, though, my test when it comes back is I want to hear, we listen to the public and here's what we did as a result. At least the majority
Yes.
of the time, not we we listen to the public and they're wrong, and we're gonna do something else, so, anyway, I think you all got that, thank you.
And remember, they also have, what, 1,500 responses, or
1,800.
1,800 too, so it's not just who was here tonight, they've got a lot of other public input to digest. Mr. Shelby?
Just a request and a suggestion, council. When the minutes for tonight's meeting is released, if you could please review the minutes, because if there's any discrepancy or something, there's a miscommunication.
Sure.
Not that you would get it wrong, but I just want to be clear that I don't want it to go down the line before there's something that
Is
can be
there a
corrected.
better word besides revisiting? Because I could see that as like a point of contention. Is there a better word? How about the lawyer over there?
Relook?
Susan, you look like you had a suggestion.
I mean, I think revisit is appropriate.
Everybody thinks that's okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go with that, okay. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Random. Mr. Shelby?
Just a comment, and this is no reflection personally, Councilmember Carlson, just a comment. What you stated is how you would weigh it individually, but just.
I said earlier, I'm only one of seven,
And
I
that's
said that
true.
twice.
So I just want to let council know, and it's a discussion that I might have had privately with some council members, that unless it's part of a motion, what one particular council member says during the discussion doesn't mean it incorporates itself into the motion unless you do so formally. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, without any further discussion, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Okay, table three, is there a motion?
I'm making a motion to have staff, I don't even want you just to revisit it, but to consider eliminating table 3 in the implications. No, that wasn't it.
Okay, so, table 3 is, if you did that, it would eliminate some of the density
Okay.
limits altogether.
Okay,
So we don't
sorry.
want to eliminate it, but we want to.
Revisit it.
Well, I
fine.
do think
Revisit
this is a
table 3.
place where I'm hearing a couple of different things. I'm hearing, maybe that increasing the by right density is not a bad thing perhaps, and then I'm hearing some concern about doing that. That is where that is all encapsulated in that table. And if we go back to the way that it's handled now, the density in the land use categories, it's like it's in CMU, it's 30, and they can do this bonus
Bonus for 30.
agreement to get to 35. Our recommendation was to eliminate that and go down to 30 in the coastal hazard area and go up to 35 outside of the coastal hazard area. But again,
See,
it's your pleasure what you would like us to do.
I was satisfied with the Planning Commission's first reiteration of this with the, so I don't.
With
have
the by
any-
right?
Yeah.
What about, anybody else?
I want to have a longer discussion when we're waiting about. I also talked to Eric from the apartment people, and he's gonna talk to some other folks. They've got data from our market, and they got data from other markets about the opportunity cost of having this bonus structure versus just allowing by right. It looks like it's cost us a lot of money.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So it seems like, just,
We heard a lot of public comment today about wanting to go back to the old way of handling it with the two-tiered density in table 3. So that's why we'd flagged it, but it wasn't clear what you all thought about that.
I kind of tend to agree with Chair Clendenin on
See,
this.
y'all make fun of me.
We're all tired now. I tend to agree that, and it sounds like Councilmember Carlson's also interested in continuing that by right or making that by right and taking out bonus when
We can't.
yeah. So I'm fine with that.
I mean, until new facts become available.
So what do we want them to do with the table then? Leave it? Because the public asked us
Well,
not to.
Planning Commission, what's your?
Why don't we do the same
You have-
thing?
You have 1,800 other comments too. When you weigh out all of the, in all these meetings you've gone to, how much interest was there in this?
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. Before I answer that question, because it's a very good question, I just want to remind council, because it has been a while, this was the topic on June 27th, 2024.
Correct.
And we came to you in September of 2024 with this
Correct.
compromise, because we heard loud and clear that folks did not like the structure as we proposed in June, which is bringing everybody up to the 35, and then the bonus being a true
Nobody wanted
bonus
to
on
give
top
stuff
of
away
it.
for free.
Sorry?
They didn't want to give stuff away for free.
Exactly. So, again, the proposal in LU Table 3 is the compromise. Now, we did not hear too much about this since that compromise. It kind of bubbled up again through the outreach that we did this summer. But until then, I think that we were operating in good faith, that we had compromised with the community.
But
But we will take whatever direction council gives us
Councilman
tonight.
Carlson.
I think that, as I recall, that argument though was about giving additional rights. And so if we're giving, and this is what they said they want to change it back to what it was. But my argument about bonus density is separate from this.
Okay.
I don't think the argument about bonus density is if you're going to allow someone to go up to a certain level, let others in the same category at the same level. But changing the entitlement within a category, that's what the community is not in favor of doing.
Right.
It's so tough because right now the categories operate as a bonus within the categories. So that's so people have to bonus to get the maximum out of their category today.
Can we just
That's
ask
where
them
the
to-
nuance is.
So we can go, can we just
Yeah.
ask them to revisit it, and then we can all have conversations with them, and they're gonna have meetings with the public, and
Yes, let's
Okay, we-
just revisit table 2 or
three.
table 3.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Vieira to revisit table 3. Well, that just means revisit it.
Okay.
Not necessarily anything else, just revisit it.
Okay.
So is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
what was the last one?
Okay, so, two other things real quick. The policy 3.3.6 on townhomes, the community was saying, they wanted to see us go back to an older version of the draft that included, collector roads, that they had to have alleyways, and that there was an FAR for it. But then I also heard from some of you all, maybe that maybe going in a different direction, so I wasn't clear
Councilwoman
on that.
Hurtak.
That was me. I think at this point that we incentivize on transit corridors, and then we just stick with our current policy of townhomes, limited townhomes, because right now what we're doing is working. And we also can, what I did want is how do we then, what's the goal with, how do we incentivize, how do we take that townhome, the limited townhome in R10, how do we then ramp up and incentivize that in the areas where we're trying to push more density?
Okay, so what I'm hearing as a potential motion is to utilize the current policy in the plan today about limited townhomes in the R10, but also look at strategies to try and focus and incentivize that in certain places.
Yes.
I have a question.
Okay.
Define limited.
Well, that's what we've been trying to do.
I know
But that's what we're asking to revisit.
No, that's, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
That wasn't clear to me.
Yes, because
Because the old policy was limited, which is what was the problem is
I
how do you
know.
define limited?
yes, but also SB 180 is one of those where we can't take that possible right away.
Because I think, how much do we, could we have, somebody from a land use legal person, if somebody appealed the decision that council made, if we denied a townhouse with limited language, say, without other justification, how would you ever win that case?
You wouldn't, that's not.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff, the draft before you tonight said primarily intended to be located in these areas. So the way that we crafted it, based on all this feedback, was that somebody could still ask, but they're not meeting the criteria where it's primarily located.
Okay.
That was kind of the compromise, but I do defer to Susan if, to answer the
I
rest
mean,
of your question.
just to have legally defendable language.
And I think you do, because you don't just say, we've never pointed to the policy and say it says limited townhomes. We actually point to the actual policy.
Huh?
Which, the one about the periphery of single-family neighborhoods?
Yeah, we don't ever cite that particular one. We cite more specific
So, but,
policies.
so my point is, why would we leave it in there?
Because it's already there. And because what I'm trying to do is allow neighborhoods that want that to push it more.
Okay.
And in neighborhoods that don't, they can ask, but they may not get it.
Does that accomplish that?
And so that's when I'm asking them to revisit that. I'm sorry, what number was it?
3.3.6.
Yeah.
3.3.6 to see how we can make that more, I guess, malleable, how we can take that limited townhome policy and, because I understand in some places they see that as, oh, we don't want townhomes there at all. And then I see other neighborhoods that say, why is that the only place we could put townhomes?
Okay,
Or
second, let's vote.
why would that focus?
Let's see, what do I want from Bill? Because I know he wants out of here,
So I'm asking you to revisit 3.3.6 and see, to take out these specific townhome corridors, leave in the language for limited townhomes, and look at ways that we can incentivize townhomes in neighborhoods that really want more density.
Second. Okay, we have a I'm sorry.
And I'm happy to talk to you about it.
I think I know what you mean.
Later on, too.
It just cracks me up that it's R10. I mean, well, that's a whole nother discussion, so. I mean, it just cracks me up that we're even having this discussion. That it's R10.
agree.
Yeah. So we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Carlson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it.
Can
Councilman Carlson.
Just one quick comment about this whole thing. I had somebody contact me in the break and say, why did you want to throw out transit on Dale Mabry? And I just want to clarify to anybody watching, the idea of transit ready corridors or whatever is that we will put the building infrastructure and density in place before transit, and it's a chicken and the egg, as any planner knows. But it doesn't mean that transit won't go there. And it also doesn't mean that development won't go there. But what will happen is that in areas where people don't want density, we're not going to put it in by right. We'll go in and use like a scalpel and figure out ideally transit nodes and build little pockets of density around that. If we don't get it in this edition, we update the comprehensive plan all the time. So we're not giving up on transit. We're just going to do it in a more laser targeted way. Thank you.
Well, and again, I think part of this discussion, as we hear, is that, we get the nuggets that we can, and we, incrementalism, and then we build from there. So there's, in a perfect world, this would not be my future land use, but it's not a perfect world, so I'll get what I can get.
People ask, why is it that places like China and Singapore and others can do that? Because they go in and the government has full control. They go in and just tear out everything, and they have unlimited money. They go in and put things in.
Is that why you like Singapore? Because the government goes in and tears it
No, that's why.
Is that your suggestion? Is that how you're planning on building the city of Tampa, Mr. Carlson?
But
what else?
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
What else?
Okay, I did want to recommend a motion to continue this hearing to early
It's more complicated than that.
Hold on.
It's more complicated
Let me
than
finish
that.
this. To a special call land use meeting in early February. I don't know if you have a date or we can leave it. We have to have a date.
Yeah, I have 4th or 5th. What?
Let's take a look. Excuse me for asking, Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, are you done with your substantive motions at this point?
Yes, this
Okay.
one is about what we do
I will
next.
not be here the first week of February, FYI.
Okay. Well, then, how about,
You can't do it sooner. Is that what you're saying?
the issue is that they need months to wrap their head around look at language, they're doing comp plans for other cities right now too. So,
Yeah, I think to Councilwoman Hurtak's point, we need some time to revisit everything that's been said, literally revisit all the things you told us to revisit. And also we have the added uncertainty of Senate Bill 180 and the complexity of needing to kind of look at everything through that lens and make sure we're confident that what we're presenting to you isn't running afoul of that. So in addition, we heard feedback about tonight about wanting councils, the seat for District 5 being filled. They're gonna be going through an election for the next 2 months for that seat, probably. And then we hit the holidays. So in terms of bringing a draft back and having an opportunity for the community to get to look at it, I don't think it's realistic for us to have that until January. And then the other part of my suggestion was that staff appear and present on the next steps sometime at your pleasure after the budget, I guess.
So,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify, Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department. So I just want to remind council, I mean, we've had a lot of activity tonight, but this is a transmittal hearing that's been noticed. And so we would need to continue it to a date and time certain in order to preserve.
That's why I said it's more
the-
complicated than that.
yeah.
Correct. And so, and also I would ask if that motion relate to all three of the amendments?
Yes, yes.
And not just
So-
the
I
one
got it.
we've been
So
focusing on?
how about,
February 17th.
how about February 17th?
What day
Can
of
we
the
do
week?
Tuesday nights?
Oh, okay, you want to just, if you just can inform the council what we're talking about. Why don't you turn on your microphone if you don't?
So Marty was inquiring if I had access to your calendar to Chambers, so only Suleen and I believe Tanya have access to it. So I'm chatting Suleen to see if she can,
17th of February, maybe?
to see if she can pull up the calendar to your
We can't
Chambers
change
though.
it. That's
'cause
the
I
thing,
don't
we
have-
have
That's
to
the thing, you
open the
cannot,
hearing
that,
again and change it.
you cannot change it.
Yeah.
You have to continue, you have 3 different items. They all have a notice train.
So they're gonna
And they
all
all have
ride
to be
together.
continued to a date, time, and location certain.
She said she does have access.
She does?
She does have access.
And
the
can
17th
she
is-
check or February 17th? It's a Tuesday night. How's everybody else's February 17th?
I'm here.
And 17th, that following Thursday is a regular council meeting.
Yeah, it's just.
She said it's free on February 7th.
Perfect.
Okay, so February 17th it is, 5:01 PM.
Okay, we have to clarify this. So when this continues, we need to, do we need to open, because we haven't opened 3 or 4, do we need to open this before we can continue it?
Yes.
Okay, so
well,
I need a motion to open, item number 3 and item number 4.
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilwoman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
Okay.
now I'd entertain a motion to continue the
I-
transmittal hearings.
I move to, thank you. Continue file number TACPA 24-04, file number TACPA 24-05, file number TACPA 24-06 to February 17th, 2026 at 5:01 PM, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida 33602.
Correct.
That is a continued transmittal public
Yes, a
hearing
continued transmittal public hearing.
on all,
And
each of the items.
I ask that the clerk renotice the,
That'll be automatic. That's all I think what we have to do is that.
no, it is
No.
not.
No,
It is
it's
not.
not.
It's not for
No.
a transmittal?
No,
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 it's
no,
not.
no, what happens
we're
is,
continuing it.
this has already been noticed to its original transmittal public hearing from May 22nd, 2025. Was that the first time it was on for a transmittal?
Yes.
So basically, in effect, the notice legally.
Was done in May.
Yes.
But where I'm asking I'm asking staff to renotice it because of the time frame.
Is that appropriate?
When you say notice,
Go ahead.
Well, the notice for this type of public hearing is an ad in the newspaper.
Jennifer
Yes, so-
Malone, Planning Commission staff, usually when we ask council to make motions about plan amendment hearings, there's some language at the end that says something like, have the, direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of noticing.
Yes, so I also asked
think
that,
that's right. Okay.
city legal provide the clerk with a form of notice so that we can send another notice.
That's usually in front of us in written format, so we just have to read it.
Yeah.
It's usually in front of me in written format too.
And it was,
Mr. Shelby?
It was brought to my attention, which is a very good suggestion. There's been no discussion tonight on TACPA 2405 or 2406. Maybe it's best, just for the purposes of this record, because they have been now opened, just ask if there's anybody who wishes to speak to the continuance.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to? Sorry.
Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to items 3 or 4? Hearing none, okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second from Councilman Miranda. This is on the continuations of all 3 transmittal hearings. We have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And did that state the date?
Yes, it
Yes,
did.
yes, you did.
And the location?
She did,
Yes,
yes,
yeah,
she
I'm
did, she
sorry
did.
if you did not hear that, but I
But
did
she
say
did.
it. I got it.
She did.
And then,
Hold on. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
And then one more thing, we wanted to ask the planning commission staff to come back
You just
after
totally seized control, haven't you?
budget season. Well, I just talked this through with them.
No, but Melissa said that her last thing was that we need to schedule the
Yeah, a
planning.
time for staff
Yeah.
to appear and present about the next steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
She
that we
said
can
at our
kind of-
convenience.
Find us a date, Councilwoman
So
Hurtak.
I think we should do it at the, how is the beginning of October? October 9th. It will be the last and final staff report we can have on that
Well,
agenda. So
how
I
does
move,
that work for you all?
Yeah.
District 5.
Oh, okay.
That
So
is-
I'm getting
that sounds like a
feedback that
no.
one, you may want to have District 5 here for that update.
that's true.
we won't have that person.
Yeah, September.
Until the end of October. You really think that someone's getting 50% of the vote?
No, September.
No, the
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
second
you're right.
vote is October 28th.
Oh my God, it's fine. You're right.
Okay,
You're right,
okay,
you're right.
I don't think we can wait that long just to get a timeline. All we're asking for is a timeline.
Yeah, October 9th is fine.
Okay, so I motion that the planning commission staff come and give us a timeline, their prospective timeline and an update on their progress on October 9th.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
That's it. I'm done.
Okay. No, I have not done that yet. It just continues, yeah. Okay, we don't have to do new business on this, right? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it was.
No, but we all.
Hearing no objection, I've got a motion to receive and file. Is there a second?
No, I just want to say thank you to all of you for all the time. This is an enormous amount of time, and I know it's frustrating, but hearing from the public is a great thing, and you guys, you really listened to everybody tonight, including us. Thank you.
You did it
So-
with dignity.
Motion to receive and file from Councilman
moved.
Maniscalco. A second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Good night, everybody.